Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all. Sorry for being late as always, but I guess you should be, you know, the crisp minutes phenomenon by now. I hope you had a fantastic day, and it's very nice to see you all here in chat. And I hope YouTube notified you so that you are not completely surprised by the stream. And if you were surprised by the stream, that it is at least a pleasant surprise. I think shadow effects would be fast, right? I think I even have a command for crisp minutes. I'm not sure though if the bot is working. When he means to, yeah, exactly. At least I started the stream somewhat on time, I guess. That's something, right? But yeah, welcome everybody. I thought, well, we did a lot of streaming when the, let's call it, interesting show was running some weeks ago. Actually, the last episode came out exactly 1 month ago. It's kind of surprising to me how fast October went by. I also hope that the sound is somewhat acceptable and there are no problems. Okay, just listening to it, it seems, yes, that is the case. A pleasant surprise indeed. Nice. Yeah, welcome everybody. Pumpkin Rick, the Bionicle fan. Oh, also saw Lyanna Stark. He's playing Dragon Age Vileguard, she said, so that's interesting. Nice, nice. I wish you much fun with it. Silmarillion was also there. And Mark Schieser, welcome. And Murray and Laura Wintex, nice to see you as well. IDK myself, welcome. Michael is here. Maybe I overlooked somebody. Annoying Critic was there at the beginning. Murray. So annoying Critic, I think I said a moment ago. I think that's it. There might be more people. Joe is here. Welcome, Joe. Nice to see you. We should have bingo for this channel. One of the boxes would be somebody makes a Gandalf reference to Chris being late. Yeah. I mean, that would be pretty free field, though. It would happen every time, I guess. Oh, we saw some interesting questions in chat. Is this like a big... Yeah, it's basically ask me... Well, AMA is ask me anything. The question range is, though, here for this stream mostly focused on Lord of the Rings, on the Lord of the Rings universe, basically. And Tolkien stuff. Is Glorfindel to blame? It's a funny question. We would have to look into Lord of the Rings. But I think, no, we can't blame him because Earnur wrote back, but Glorfindel, looking into the Gathering Dark, said, "Do not pursue him. He will not return to this land. Far off yet is his doom, and not by the hand of men will he fall." So I think that's pretty clear. Like, do not pursue him! Explanation mark. So, nice. First question answered. Awesome. No, he said, no, don't chase him, and not by the hand of men, whatever he means with that, will he fall. So Iarnur was a man, and also be part of the group called men. As a result, he should have thought, well, I can't beat him, and he said I should not pursue him. Question solved. That was easy. Because I've always been a huge fan of yours, and we can have some fun because I have some questions indeed, far and wide, as some might say. Feel free to post questions in chat. I might not answer every question, because it happens sometimes that somebody asks a question, then we talk about it for an hour, and then nothing else is discussed, but that works. Yeah, that was not enough. He should have said, don't pursue him. I mean it. Never pursue him. Never. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure though. Yeah, it's an interesting idea that you bring up, Wintex. The question is, right now, Farazon in the show is not an Nazgul yet, and it would like book-wise, he's of course not an Nazgul. It's impossible for him. Yeah, he forgot what his name there was. No, can't remember. I think something with an S. I think they don't use the name Farazon for him. But it must be clearly him. So yeah, the question is, do the Rings of Power show people take some inspiration from Shadow of War, the game? It is definitely possible that they have heard about it. Of course, they don't have the rights to that. That's more like, I don't know, it's Warner Brothers stuff. I'm not sure. Suladan, that's the name. Yeah, now I remember. It's not a lore question, but do you play some Lord of the Rings themed Dungeons and Dragons? I have done this in the past, but currently not, no. Like, the question is, currently, no. Have I done it? Yes. So, I don't know. They could have gotten inspired by some ideas from the video game, coming back to the other question, because it was, quick to answer. I could imagine that they might do this, but I don't know. I think the people there in charge would... I'm not sure if they play video games, to be honest. I don't know them well enough. Maybe they have played or looked into other media for inspiration or something. I don't know. The games are out for some time. I think Shadow of War came out 2017. So that's quite some time ago. So 7 to 8 years. I think next... No, when did Shadow of War come out, in which months? Shadow of War. Let me just look it up really quick. I don't remember. I think August or something. Shadow of War. Middle-earth Shadow of War 2017 video game. There it is. October it came out. Okay, so 7 years old, yes. I have to admit, I have not seen the interview yet. It was a lot of stuff was talked about. I felt like, nah, I have better things to do than listen to these guys, to be honest. or Dragon Age Balgard. So yeah, I think, who knows? Difficult to say. Mary asks, Chris, which Lord of the Rings book is your most favorite and why? Do you mean with Lord of the Rings books, Lord of the book Lord of the Rings itself, which consists of 3 books? Or do you mean the Lord of the Rings book universe in general? Also, Matt Coles, nice to see you. Welcome. Okay, the Lord of the Rings books alone, I think you mean. That's a tough one, I think. I still have a big... If we don't go into the sub-context, I still like Fellowship a lot. But the technically, Return of the King has the appendices, which is something I read a lot. And it's very important for doing research and so on. And it often brings me to the appendices for Lord of the Rings. So that would be Return of the King. Windinust, welcome, nice to see you. Most reread chapter, most reread chapter in the books would definitely be either Many Meetings or most likely it would be the Council of Elrond. Simply because there's so many lore information in this chapter that I often have to read it. That I really like. A favorite chapter, if that would be the question, I don't know, hard to tell. I really like the Moria section as well. To be honest, recently I got an interesting question, which I still have not answered, unfortunately, about the House of Healing chapter, which is also a very cool chapter, in my opinion. But maybe an underrated chapter. Return of the King is actually a pretty short book. Yeah, that's true. But it has the appendices, and I really like the appendices. It also has the conclusion, it has the ending. And so on. So I like Return of the King a lot. And I don't know, Fellowship of the Ring has a lot of lore in it, if that makes sense. The Two Towers is a chapter I, of course, also really like, so it's really hard to pick one. But when it comes to my research and stuff I do for the site, it happens so rarely that I read Two Towers. I would say that's a book I read least of all the Lord of the Rings books. I think the lore-wise, the most interesting chapters are Treebeard and the White Rider from Return of the King. I mean, yeah, Shelob's Lair, for example, is also a pretty interesting one. The choices of Master Samwise, last one, is also pretty cool. I mean, of course, they're all pretty cool. There's an interesting one. I think it's in the Forbidden Pool chapter. There's an interesting quote, I think, of Faramir in it. Tolkien's best prose is in Two Towers. Yeah. Like, from a story perspective, I think the Two Towers are definitely a very strong chapter. Though, if I think about it from like a lore perspective, because a lot of these big lore dump, let's call it lore dump chapters, are just in Fellowship with Shadow of the Past and many meetings with the Council of Elrond, of course. A bit of the Ring Goes South is also an interesting one because it has some interesting commentary. Then we have more information in Lothlorien, the Mirror of Galadriel. They're very good chapters when it comes to a lot of background information, references of things of old, simply because all these lore characters appear in these chapters. And then later the focus shifts a little bit. Also, welcome, B-Dog. What do you think Gandalf and Bombadil talked about? I think I got the same question last stream, and I hadn't really a good answer. Like, I'm also wondering the same thing as you. I would also love to know, what did they talk about? But it's not like I can... like, what would you talk about with Tom Bombadil? Yeah, that's true. The early chapters also feel very cozy. So I have to admit that the Old Forest chapter is not my favorite chapter in all of this. Like the other chapters I like, the Old Forest drags always a bit for me. Because not much is happening there, to be honest. But yeah, I definitely know what you mean. Probably the current events. Yeah, maybe the current events, the future of the world. Maybe it has to do with the Hobbits. Maybe if it's the future of the world, because he is a spirit of the vanishing countryside. The question is, if Tom Bombadil vanishes, some would say no, like the English countryside, if that around Oxford and places like that. It's definitely difficult to tell what he would talk about with Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil seems to be not that interested into, let's say, the places outside the world. So I think about the future and how the world might change from this point, what the defeat of Sauron could now mean for the world. I have the idea that Tom asked, hey Gandalf, my lad, Barleyman's beer is tastier as of late. You're doing, question mark? Yes, that's definitely possible. Always start to doze off when I get close to the window. I've run out of lore questions. Did the hobbits build their own houses? I think so. And was there a village planning committee that decided how many round windows your Hobbit hole could have? If the Shire would be in Germany, yes, then there would be a committee, and you would have to fill out a document. Have to send a formal request to some kind of official, I don't know the terms in English. What is it? Authority, agency, something like that. The end. There was another question. What are your favorite chapters though? Oh, welcome, Ahmed Anthony. Nice to see you. My favorite is the third book because the dynamics between the characters, especially against Aragorn. So Two Towers, you mean? Or do you mean with third book? Like, it's always confusing talking about the books because the books in of themselves are also split in 2 books. Like, technically it's 6 books, if that makes sense. But I assume you mean Return of the King, so... Gandalf, is it possible that Gandalf and asked Tom to accompany him to Valinor? Maybe he asked about why he still remains when the world is entering a new age without elves and magic. Maybe, but it often feels like of course, we know the elves had a name for him, for Tom Bombadil, so they had contact, but it seems they rarely had contact. I think the most contact Tom Bombadil has to the outside world is maybe to Farmer Maggot or something. But who knows? I'm not sure if he made any references, or many references to the elves when Frodo and his friends were there. Just wanted to ask why no one in the later ages worships the god of Middle Earth. You mean Eru? Also, Time Lord Boy, welcome. Have you been forgotten? I think the answer to this question is a bit on the meta level. I think because Tolkien did not want to put this religious side, even though his work is heavily influenced by Tolkien's religious beliefs in many ways. He didn't want to bind those beliefs directly on the nose of the reader. But if you know about it, you notice the references and Tolkien's world view and his ideas of morale and so on a lot. See a lot of corresponding themes to Christianity and to the Catholic Church, if you really look for it, for sure, or the Catholic theology. And as a result, it is in the book, and Tolkien tried to make it compatible with his beliefs. But on the other side, it seems Tolkien did not really want to make this a major theme of his book in the way that the people in Middle-earth build like a church and worship Eru and so on. That was, I think, never really his intention to bring this here, because he still had mythology in mind, and even though he tried to make the world that he wrote compatible to his beliefs by making basically the gods of the world angels of the real god. He definitely, I think, wanted to keep this mythology idea intact instead of have like widespread religion, because that needs to be organized as well. Then you need maybe a religious leader for the religion. You need, I don't know, places, and these places have to have some importance in the story, if that makes sense. As a result, I think Tolkien wanted to not distract from the feeling of mythology in his world. And as a result, people know about, I'm pretty sure most know about that Eru exists. But on the other side, that's more their thing, basically, what to do with this particular knowledge. Yeah, Eru was a fact in Middle-earth, but it's a mythological story. Great Rebo, welcome. And yeah, that's maybe a good way to describe it. It's a mythological story, but as a fact, there is Eru in this world as well. Also, Oakenbird, welcome, nice to see you. My theory is that Tom Bombadil remained in the world and became the doll that inspired Tolkien to create Tom. That's actually funny. But I also think he remained in Middle-earth. The bureaucracy of Hobbit planning permission. I mean, it's possible that Gandalf asked him to come to Valinor with him. That's definitely possible. The question is, does Gandalf, like, it seems in the Council of Elrond that Gandalf definitely knows Tom Bombadil better than, for example, the elves in this region know him. And he says no, he would forget about the ring and so on. There seems to be a deeper understanding that Gandalf have of this character. As a result, I don't know if he knows or thinks it makes sense for Tom Bombadil to enter, to return, but to go there. I think if he truly understands Tom Bombadil's being, then he would not ask him, because Tom Bombadil is the spirit of the countryside of this particular area. So why would he leave this countryside behind, especially now that the evil is gone? But maybe he said, yeah, well, things might change over time. And we all breathe air as humans, but we don't need to write that in our stories. That's a good example, for example. Like, I mean, it's possible to write a story where breathing is not mentioned once, but still you could assume that people have to breathe there to live. But it's just not important for the story. I also like that in between the lore questions, Liana and Mark have a discussion about Dragon Age. I love it. Matt Cole says, like the theory, there's precedence for that type of things. For example, Mary's Old Inn Song is a longer version of a shorter English nursery rhyme. Interesting, yes. Joe, you removed your question. Yeah, I can't see it anymore. Decided it was a bad question. Yeah, that's a good question, Crafty Spirit. Why did the Barrow Whites undress and newly dress the hobbits? It's weird. It definitely is. But I think what is yeah, I don't know. The Barrow White stuff is always a bit strange, to be honest. Maybe, I mean, what were they doing with Frodo and the others anyway? Like, what was their goal? Yeah, no, let me just read through the chapter real quick. At first, Frodo felt as if he had indeed been turned into stone by the incantation. Then a wild thought of escape came to him. He wondered if he put on the ring, where the Barrow-wights would miss him, and he might find some way out. He thought of himself running free over the grass, grieving for Merry and Sam and Pippin, yet free and alive himself. Gandalf would admit that there had been nothing else he could do. I like that he thinks about, yeah, Gandalf would say, yeah, nothing they could do there. But the courage that had been awakened in him was now too strong. He could not leave his friends so easily. He wavered, groping in his pocket, and then fought himself again. And as he did so, the arm crept nearer. Suddenly resolve hardened in him, and he seized a short sword that lay beside him, and kneeling, he stooped low over the bodies of his companions. With that strength he hewed at the crawling arm near the wrist, and the hand broke off, but at the same moment the sword splintered up to the hilt. There was a shriek, and the light vanished. In the dark there was a snaring noise. Frodo fell forward over Merry, and Merry's face felt cold. All at once, back into his mind, from which it had disappeared with the first coming of the fog, came the memory of the house down under the hill, and Tom singing. He remembered the rhyme that Tom had taught them. And then the other line happens. Another section I skipped here. Round the corner, a long arm was groping, walking on its fingers towards Sam, who was lying nearest, and towards the hilt of the sword that lay upon him. What do you think the Barrow-wights were doing there? Would they kill them? And then, I don't know, when they turn to bones, they would be possessed by other spirits and also become maybe barrow wights or something. You think that was kind of the idea of it? Then maybe that was the idea. I think Tolkien just wanted everything to be very mysterious here. Oh great, People has some problems here. Is something not okay with the stream? The stream is frozen. That is strange. Should be running here, chat. I mean, I can maybe switch to an artwork at times. That would maybe be smart. Let me just see if I find. We have an artwork of this particular section by Ted Naismith, just to give you a different image. I'm just currently thinking very hard about stuff. Working for me? Okay. So it seems like stuff is working. I hope you. Here I have the famous Ted Naismith artwork of this. Yeah, I haven't changed the screen in a while, so that's the reason. Like, I currently, since we're discussing, I'm not focusing much on production here. But now the screen should have changed. The only thing you can see moving is these spectralizer lines at the top. Okay, it was just a bit absorbed. I guess it shows you need to do more video game discussion streams also. Yeah, maybe. Tolkien's mythology is an interesting blend of Christian beliefs, Greco-Roman, Egyptian, and North European mythologies. Yeah, definitely there are definitely a lot of ideas there in Tolkien's world from all the different mythologies. You could even say there might be some Celtic stuff in it, but I'm not an expert on those, so. Maybe the Barrow-wights have a strict dress code or something. Maybe it has to do with how the Barrow-wights possess the place in a way. And I think they maybe also used some of the stuff they found there basically in these barrows. Because we can read they had like red and gold. Let me just see if we find this here in the chapter. Walk on the barrow. Downs. Red. Maybe I search for gold. They were clad in white, about them lay many treasures of gold. Circlet gold chains. For each of the Hobbit, he chose a dagger. Long, leaf-shaped and keen, of marvelous workman, damask with serpent forms in red and gold. Yeah, the one with red. I thought there was like a clearer description of this red and gold stuff. Whatever. Those blades of Westerners explode so often, they should be considered frag grenades. Yes, they definitely do. Like when they destroy a spell or something undead or something, they usually explode. The voice lines have disappeared. Oh, okay, yeah, now they in this scene I don't have them added, so yeah, these voice lines are not there. The one used should be written on the in the hilt. They knew about Morgoth, I was guessing from the song. Yeah, for sure they do. I mean, they are some spirit who's evil and does not know about Tom Bombadil. So cold be hand and heart and bone, and cold be sleep under stone, never more to wake on stony bed, never till the sun fails and the moon is dead. In the black wind the stars shall die, and still on gold here let them lie, till the dark Lord lifts his hand over the dead sea and withered land. I'd say the future they are envisioning is not that nice. And like Albert, I think emissary from the Vala explains the gift of Eru to the Numenoreans. As an example for Eru in the story. Glitching and buffering for you. I could, like, I don't know, currently... Let me just double check, chat, if the stream runs here on my side. For me it runs relatively okay. Maybe you can reduce the resolution, Joe? It's a very gothic horror moment in the story, yeah, for sure. I also like that Peter Jackson in his films adapted this gothic horror idea, to be honest. I could reduce the codec It's currently only at 8,000, so it should be actually okay. It seems okay since we switched to the barrow image. Awesome. That's good to hear. I said this might have fixed it. You have Lord of the Rings themed pubs in your country. I could imagine something like this might exist here in Germany somewhere. But I'm not aware of it, to be honest. At least not here where I live. Since we're already in the topic of evil creatures, what happened to the vampire creature from Silmarillion? Can't remember her name. Thorinwedir. The, what does it mean? Woman of secret shadow, it means. It's very interesting. Okay, very strange. So we need to switch photos more often. That's what I kind of get from this. I'm not sure if I have even an image of her. I think I have. Currently, I'm trying to find. I only have one from Kimberly 80, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I switched the image back. Like this is my neutral image where I don't have anything to show. I just show you the thumbnail of the thing here. Blades of Westerness. From where were they? From Arnor, from Numenor, Beleriand, Valinor. Who had the crafting ability to make them effective against raids or raids? That's also a good question. But from the description there, it sounds. Let me just see. Westerness. Old knives are long enough as swords for hobbit people, he said. Sharp blades are good to have if Shire folk go walking east, south, or far away into the dark and danger. Then he told them that these blades were forged many long years ago by men of Westerness. They were foes of the Dark Lord, but they were overcome by the evil king of Carn Dûm in the land of Angmar. So they were forged many long years ago by men of Westerness. They were foes of the Dark Lord. This means clearly Sauron, so it's not for Morgoth. But they were overcome by the evil king of Carn Dûm, that is the fortress of the witch king of Angmar in the land of Angmar. Now we have a good opportunity, chat, to switch back to the map. By the way, there was a question: what happened to her? To Thorinwedir. If I remember correctly, she was either slain by Huan or she died. I think when Minas Tirith on Tolkien collapsed or something like that. And her cloak they later then used to sneak into Angband to get the Silmarillion. That's basically what we know. But we want to talk about maps. Carndum is up here. Yeah, so at the time of Angmar, because it clearly says they were forged at this time. Maybe I can just use this here. We already had Arthedain, Hrudauer, and Cardolan, and the Barrow-wites were here. And this, I think, the middle point where all three kingdoms kind of met was here. For this to be possible, it seems that Cardolan went along the Brandywine. It was like this region here. And then Arthedain, I don't know where it starts, maybe somewhere here. And it somewhere clashes with Hrudauer. But yeah, I think maybe this block here is Arthedain then. So the Barrow Downs were part of Cardolan. So I think this all was once the lost realm of Arnor, as it's written here. So this was once all Arnor and split into three kingdoms, and Cardolan was one of them. And yeah, the Barrow Downs were part of Cardolan. And even in the context, we can read that that Sauron sent these wights to haunt, or these spirits to haunt these mounds, because the surviving people of Cardolan were hiding here. And my theory is to basically get them out of their hiding. That's kind of the idea, that they can't have like a point where they can hide and be safe. Potentially also because Bombadil was maybe near, so we knew they potentially had a safe place there. So we had to get them out there and push them further back. And then this in combination with the Great Plague completely destroyed Cardolan then, and was basically empty after that. Pippin wants a second breakfast in this scene. I think, yes, you are right. That's the scene where shortly before Aragorn throws an apple at his head. What I heard from the commentary, it hurt. And I think, I'm not sure if they also made the scene a few times. So poor Billy Boyd got a few apples on thrown against his head. Wasn't the Witch King before becoming the Witch King like a sorcerer? Yeah, it's hard to tell if the Witch King became the Witch King when he became a Nazgul, or if he was a Witch King or like a sorcerer before. I think that is not clear. The identity of the Witch King is completely shrouded in mystery. Like, very tough to tell. Some speculate he might be once a Numenorean, because the Numenoreans were like the most powerful men in the mythology. And yeah, it seems that even though Arnor and Gondor as Dunedain kingdoms in exile were not as advanced as Numenor ever was. Like, they could never get to the same glory. They still possessed like knowledge to craft weapons like these that could even hurt Wraith. So very impressive stuff in Tolkien's world. How they did this exactly and why this was possible, we don't know, but it seems like they had a way to do this. I like this comparison. Having an apple thrown at your head is okay if you consider what Anarion will have thrown at his head. Yeah, I agree with Great Grebo a bit. I always pictured the Witch King as being from the east. Yeah, I could also see something like this. Adam says, it's fascinating to think of how the men of Arnor actually were able to develop weapons that could make Nazgul vulnerable to harm. Yeah, for sure. Let me see if I have like a Witch King image available. The classic one from, I think, Return of the King. Yeah, Camel was from the east. We discussed this in the past. He was a shadow, Camel, the shadow of the east. Another version, he's called the Black Easterling, but not called Camel there. But he seems to be like he's second in charge. So yeah, really hard to tell, to be honest. Like, we have one Nazgul who is definitely referred to as an Easterling. So there's that. I always pictured Witch King as being from the east. Yeah, I just read this. It just seems like the Witch King were local. There would have been some rumors about who used to be. That's why I believe the east. There are no stories. Yeah, east or maybe even south would be possible. Definitely some place far away. If he would be a Numenorian, like you said, he could have been known who he was. Okay, there was like something. There was a dot missing in your reply. Like I said, the bot just deletes if it's a true domain or not. But he wrote exactly, Chris. Someplace far away. I always figured that the Witch King was originally a leader-like figure of the Black Numenorians. Yeah, also possible. I mean, but in this case, his identity could be wider known, and it's, I think, shrouded in mystery too much for that. IDK, I like to think he was a king from one of the 3 kingdoms of Arnor. He already delved into sorcery to reunite them under his command, and when Sauron presented him with the ring, succumbed. The problem is with this theory that the time when the Nazgul first appear, Arnor didn't even exist yet, and as a result, also this is splitting into 3 kingdoms happens in the Third Age, but the first mention of the Nazgul is in the Second Age already. Like Tolkien in Appendix B mentions the appearance of the Nazgul in the year 2251 of the Second Age. Death of Tar Atanamir, Tar Ankalimon takes the scepter in Numenor. Rebellion and division of the Numenoreans begins. About this time, the Nazgul, or ring race, slaves of the 9 rings, first appear. Like Tolkien definitely says slaves of the 9 rings, so he explicitly says 9 slaves of the rings appear first time at this place. And over 100 years, like that was 2251, and Arnor and Gondor are founded 3320. So, well, actually only 70 years later, but whatever. If I did my math right, yes. 70 years later, the Arnor is found, and at this point Arnor is 1 kingdom under Elendil and is not split into several into 3 kingdoms yet. So that the Witch King is from this, just from a book lore perspective, would unfortunately not work, even though it's cool. It was too cool to be true. Don't worry about it. Like, I can imagine that this idea seems like a very appealing one, to have him come from this region there as well. Oh, chat, I can't do math. I said 2251 and 3320 is of course not 70 years later, but 970 years later. It was a bit strange. There was just 70 years from that point to the other. Well, sorry, my math just exploded here. It's almost 1,000 years later, so it's a longer thing here. Sorry, Jed, for my mistake here. In my mind, I thought 2320, whatever. That's a very good question, Thomas B. Anderson. Welcome, first of all. Nice to see you. And a question, Prince Imre here was Gondorian. So why? So why was he a king? A prince, not a king. Doesn't the prince become a king? I don't know. Like, the idea behind all of this is, of course, when we go to Ted Naismith's artworks again, we talk about Dol Amroth, the place at the coast of Gondor. Let me switch the image here. Dol Amroth. We go to Mr. Map. Dol Amroth is down here. And yeah, it looks like this, according to Ted Naismith's imagination. And maybe it was so big No, that will not be the case. Maybe, okay, I have a theory why this might be important. Though that would also make no sense, to be honest. No, I don't have a good theory, to be honest, why he's called the prince. Does somebody in chat know? Yeah, in Germany he's just a Fürst, so a lord. That's an interesting comparison. The Prince of Wales named himself so to refer to Roman princeps to piss off the English Rex King. So yeah, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like my first thought I had was maybe if the Gondorian line of kings would fail, which it did, the princes could claim kingship or something like this. Like maybe they were in the royalty or the noble family so high up in the thing that, you know, in the hierarchy that they could claim kingship. But that would have been the case after Eärnur died. The last king, Eärnur, was the last king of Gondor. And he died 2050. And after he died, Mardil Voronwe, I think, he becomes the first ruling steward. So he was not, I think, from Dol Amroth. Vorondil was his father, but he was just a steward. King Romendakil I established the office of the steward of Gondor, chosen by the king as a man of high trust and wisdom. According to Unfinished Tales, that is the source for that. What I just find strange is that here in the list, it's really strange, chat. On the Tolkien gateway, there's only a list of the ruling steward, but not of the stewards before. They say, oh, they don't necessarily mean anything anyway. Sauron at some point, especially when he lost the One Ring, he took the 9 rings from the Nazgul for his own. Yes, that is definitely true. Maybe Dol Amroth is older than Gondor and was a kingdom. Maybe it's just a traditional title. Yeah, something like this might be possible. In theory, not only in theory, Gondor was already founded. It's really hard to tell. Let's look up when Dol Amroth was founded. By the mid and late Second Age. It's not 100% clear. Unfinished Tales. is a source for this. Maybe we have to look into Unfinished Tales to maybe find information, but it might be very tough to find that one. It's in the chapter about Cirion and Eorl. Dol Amroth. My bands of Rohan and Amos were raised together on the present C note. The Lord of Dol Amroth had this title. It was given to his ancestors by Elendil, with whom they had kinship. Okay, we're coming closer to the idea, to be honest. Okay, it's about the prince. So then he said to Cirion, "Is that then a tomb? But what great men of old lies here? Have you not read the letters?" said Cirion. "I have," said the prince, "and therefore I wonder, for the letters are Lambe ando Lambe, but there is no tomb for Elendil, nor has any man since his day dared to use that name." Nonetheless, this is his tomb, said Cirion, and from it comes the awe that dwells on this hill and in the woods below. From Isildur, who raised it, to Mineldil, who succeeded him, and so down all the line of the kings and down to the line of stewards, even to myself. This tomb has been kept a secret by Isildur's command, for he said, "Here is the midpoint of the kingdom of the south, and here shall the memorial of Elendil the faithful abide in the keeping of the Valar, while the kingdom endures. This hill shall be hollow, and let no man disturb its peace and silence unless he be an heir of Elendil. I have brought you here so that the oaths were taken may seem of deepest solemnity, hard to say word, to ourselves and to our heirs upon either side." And then in note 39, it explains it interestingly that I wasn't aware of this note currently as well. The prince title. The Lord of Dol Amroth had this title, Prince. It was given to his ancestors by Elendil, with whom they had kinship. They were a family of the faithful who had sailed from Numenor before the downfall and had settled in the land of Belfalas. Here's the note or the information about the creation of Amroth. So let's read this again. The faithful who had sailed from Numenor before the downfall and had settled in the land of Belfalas between the mouths of Ringlor and Gilrain, with a stronghold upon the high promontory of Dol Amroth, named after the last king of Lorien. Author's note. Elsewhere it is said, page 248, that according to the tradition of their house, the first lord of Dol Amroth was Galador, the son of Imrazor the Numenorian, who dwelt in Belfalas, and the elven lady Mithrelas, one of the companions of Nimrodel, that is the beloved one of Amroth, in some versions the son of Galadriel, interestingly, an elf from Lorien. In this text, the last king of Lorien was Amroth, interestingly. Whatever. The note just cited seemed to suggest that this family of the faithful settled in Belfalas with a stronghold on Dol Amroth before the downfall of Numenor. And if that is so, the two statesmen can only be reconciled on the supposition that the line of the princes, and indeed the place of their dwelling, went back more than 2,000 years before Galador's day, and that Galador was called the first lord of Dol Amroth because it was not until his time after the drowning of Amroth that Dol Amroth was so named. A further difficulty is the presence of an Adrahil of Dol Amroth, clearly an ancestor of Adrahil, the father of Imrahil, lord of Dol Amroth, at the time of the War of the Ring, as a commander of the forces of Gondor in the battle against the Rain Riders in the year 1944, page 293 to 294. But it may be supposed that this earlier Adrahil was called of Dol Amroth at that time. While not impossible, these explanations to save consistency seem to me less likely than of two distinct and independent traditions of origins of Lord of Dol Amroth. Okay, it's very complicated stuff, to be honest, but it is very interesting in this context, to be honest, to see this, because if Dol Amroth is this old, then of course it seems strange that according to the Lord of the Rings, the names that appear here are born all in the Third Age. So we have like a 2,000-year gap basically in the story. But I think the explanation we can extract from here, it was given to his ancestors by Elendil. So there was potentially this place was called not Dol Amroth all the time, but differently, and let's say they were the princes of Belfalas or whatever. And then, at least that's what Christopher Tolkien, after the author's note ends, tries to kind of make sense out of this. And then basically said, well, they were the kings of Belfalas, or the princes of Belfalas at this time. This was a title given to them by Elendil once. It might have been in the Second Age or something. And then they kept the title. When it was renamed Dol Amroth and so on, they made the stronghold there and whatnot. This is, I think, how you can maybe explain it. But yeah, it's very interesting note, to be honest. I also remember reading this particular note some ages ago, but I forgot about it. So your idea that the kingdom was older than Gondor is potentially right, or that the Dol Amroth is older than Gondor is actually right, when it was the origins or the start of this stuff happened long ago, even before the downfall of Numenor. That's very old then. Okay, Jed. Dol Amroth. That was a interesting note, to be honest. How did the good guys know that the fires of Mount Doom was the only way to destroy the One Ring? That's a good question, to be honest. Schnarke wants to learn. Welcome, Schnarke. Nice to see you. So, yeah, that's a good question. Should just walk to another volcano. It would be much easier then. Still think the Prince of Dol Amroth with elven blood have been cheated by Edo in the whole, not counting as half-elven, therefore being mortal. Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't say they were cheated. I would say maybe the half-elven line of Elrond was cheated, you know? Like, they were empowered. And the others were just the normal case, where when you would have children with an elf woman as a human, then your children would not be immortal. That was the common idea. But this was then later changed, or was exceptionally changed for the line of Eärendil and Elwing, including both of them, and they became the first half-elven. As a result, they were, becoming more than that. They were becoming not elves, but you know what I mean. They were becoming immortal potentially, depending on their choice. So how do the people know that the fires of Mount Doom destroy the ring? I think it was the conclusion. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the conclusion that the place or the concept used to create something can also undo it, if that makes sense. So, in theory, like at the time of the Council of Elrond, there was already some known facts around the Rings of Power. They could not be destroyed. Like, the Rings of Power could not easily be destroyed, but they could be consumed by dragonfire. I assume that the elves knew that dragonfire is not more potent than the fire that Sauron has, and Sauron could also wield fire. As a result, I assume they concluded that dragonfire was not enough as long as the dragon would not be more powerful as Sauron, since there were no dragons left, or maybe there were never dragons that were more powerful than Sauron. Then the ring could not destroy it by them. So we need something more powerful than Sauron to destroy it. And Sauron needed something very powerful to forge it. And the place that Sauron used for this was created by Morgoth himself, like the master of Sauron. He was once the most powerful of the Valar, so one of the most powerful beings on Middle Earth, but also on Arda as a whole, originally. And just, of course, below God himself, but still more, like Tolkien writes in Morgoth's Ring that Morgoth was more powerful. We could switch the image here. More powerful than all the elves than all the Valar together. But then he spread his power, and that's how he became beatable. Like, at this time was called Melkor, of course. He had a 50-50 chance to hit the right image. Here it is. Imagine it wasn't sure if it destroyed. Yeah. So yeah, he created Mount Doom at some point, and he was more powerful than Sauron. And it seems to be like a place where this particular powerful artifact that has a huge impact on the fate of Middle-earth was created. As a result, I think it's pretty sure to assume that you could use the same place to undo it. Like it has to be bound to a place, because the ring is a ring of binding. It binds things to it, but it has also to be bound to something. I think that's reasonable to assume, but you raise a good point. I guess they couldn't know for sure that it was enough to destroy the ring. Let me also see if I find a good Mount Doom image here. I would assume that is from Return of the King. So yeah, I think, especially considering that this volcano is kind of like, a volcano is always like a force of nature, if that makes sense. So more powerful than a classical living being in this regard. And I guess, imagine, or the idea that it has enough heat, more heat than even Sauron, and it is enough to undo the One Ring. Like, for example, Sauron bound a lot of things. For example, the foundations of Barad-dûr, his tower, were also bound to the ring. As long as one ring existed, the foundations of Barad-dûr could not be completely destroyed. And since maybe the ring itself was bound to Mount Doom itself, but they couldn't destroy Mount Doom, I think they would not have the means to destroy such an object in the world. So it had to destroy the ring using the power, so to say, of Mount Doom. Was Sauron created by Morgoth? No. Sauron was, as Morgoth, created by Eru. Like all these angels, or in this case fallen angels, these spirit beings that were very potent and very powerful, were the first creations of Eru that he created to serve him, and with them he made the music of the Ainur. These spirit beings are called Ainur, and Eru, God, then made this music they created basically shaped the idea of the world, and then Eru made it become real. And then he sent, or some spirits were sent and bound to the new created world, Arda as it's called, and they would form it and basically fulfill the music, if that makes sense. And some of these spirits had a better understanding of the music, some not. And Melkor, Morgoth, was the one who brought dissonance into this. If Sauron forged the ring alone, how did anyone ever find out it was forged in Mount Doom in the first place? Maybe it is possible that they could conclude this because, there is Mount Doom in Mordor, that this is knowledge the elves could have had. But there's an interesting answer to this question regarding Galadriel. Galadriel says something interesting. We read this during the discussion when we discussed the last episode also. That's why I remember this. Sorry, chat. I have to search again. It's not shut. I think it's closed. I know what it is that you last saw, she said. That is from the chapter The Mirror of Galadriel, I should say. For that is also in my mind. Do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord, and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves. And he gropes ever to see me and my thought, but still the door is closed. So the One Ring definitely creates basically a connection, a mental connection to Sauron. And interestingly, even though Sauron does not have the One Ring yet, there is a connection between potentially Galadriel and maybe also the other wearers of the ring. And this is something I don't want to talk about Rings of Power, but the Rings of Power show definitely took and expanded on this particular idea that maybe only Galadriel has a specific connection to Sauron in this regard. But I think it might be true for the others kind of as well. And yeah, what Galadriel is basically saying, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind. So Galadriel, using Nenya, is definitely able to is basically able to see his mind. I think from this connection, the elves might have known how the One Ring is also created. Like, even though the rings sorry, Jed. Even though the rings, were not used for some time, and the rings would basically lay bare everything, all the swords of the wearers to Sauron when he has the One Ring. Now, at the time he has not the One Ring, there still seems to be some connection. Some sword is bent towards potentially undoing these places, undoing Lothlorien, undoing Rivendell, and so on. And this is something that the elves, very powerful beings, especially in the form of Galadriel, but maybe also of Elrond, can perceive. And there is maybe also a way to perceive some of the information that Sauron has, of his ideas and so on. I think they can't perceive Sauron's exact plans because Galadriel makes like a little exclusion here. He says basically, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves. So it's a very specific knowledge, he says there. Basically, everything he has in mind for the elves, she kind of knows. Maybe she can guess it. Maybe there's a connection. It's hard to tell what it means, but there's definitely the idea that the will of the Dark Lord can spread toward the place, and then evil creatures. Like, this is what happened in Mirkwood, for example, for some time. Or when he summoned the One Ring to Mordor, and then Gollum came there, and only by a lucky coincidence, the One Ring was not brought there, basically. So, well, it was a fateful coincidence, to be honest. But I think in this context, yeah, the elves could have known. Further, there was a very early time when Elrond did potentially not wear the ring. He and Círdan basically advised that Isildur should go and destroy the ring in the fires of Mount Doom. That is something he tells in the Council of Elrond chapter. Here I found it. Isildur took it, the One Ring, as should not have been. It should have been cast into Orodruin's fire, nigh at hand where it was made. But few marked that what Isildur did. He alone stood by his father in his last mortal contest, and by Gil-galad only Círdan stood, and I. But Isildur would not listen to our counsel, so they counseled them that he should cast it into the fires. Further, there's always the idea for the ring that maybe casting it into the ocean, like if, for example, Saruman says this in the context of the White Council all the time, it was basically flushed into the ocean and it's gone. And now it can't be reached anymore because evil can't enter the ocean that easily, because Maybe they have some creatures or so, but on paper, the oceans are pretty free from evil because the Morgoth element is not very strong there, so they don't have power over this place. However, they could defile a river, so that's definitely possible according to the Silmarillion, but different topic. The realm of Ulmo, the Valar of the waters, of the sea, is pretty safe. So that is one possibility. However, the other idea is, well, besides water, there's also the fire of the earth, and if you would cast it there, it might also be safe there. Same as the sky, like it's also where the Silmarilli at the end. If you think about it, like the Valar do not want that the Silmarilli get into the hands of the wrong people, like of Morgoth, of Sauron, or whatever. And the final destination of these places, or the final location of the Silmarilli, these very powerful ancient gems that Fëanor created, one was in the sky as a star, so basically in the realm of Varda, a very powerful Valar. Then one was in the realm of the ocean, in the sea, the realm of Ulmo, and one was in the fire, the fires of the earth, like in the earth itself. You could argue who is responsible for this. Maybe Aule, maybe, I don't know, but difficult to say. But they were in different places, and those places could not be reached. I think the idea of these locations of the Silmarilli is that they are out of reach for everybody, except maybe the Valar. And since Melkor was banned, I think Sauron is not able to enter these realms and just take it out of from there. So casting it into the fire itself, maybe even if it does not get destroyed there, it might be just safe. If that makes sense. Like Sauron can't just potentially dive into this place and get it back with ease. Who rules the Undying Lands? Manwë would be the ruler of the Undying Lands. With Varda. He's the king of the... Like, technically, of course... let me see, where's Manwë? Here. Interestingly, he's a brother of Melkor, of Morgoth. But yeah, he was his wife rule over... the Undying Lands. Technically, Eru rules over everything, but that's always the case, so yeah. The smartphone battery dies. Had to get home. Oh no. Imagine if Galadriel was wrong and the ring would have melted in the fire of Backend if they just, if they only left it for an hour. well, Gandalf says actually to Frodo that your fire couldn't even melt normal gold there. So I think it was not. After the sack of Barad-dûr, maybe the instructions were found. Yeah, also maybe that's the case. Sauron of the foundation of Barad-dûr will endure as long as the ring does. The ring can only be destroyed in the lava of Mount Doom. Gandalf was wrong. You said Gandalf, not I said Galadriel. Just messed up here. But don't they need the broken half sword to turn Mount Doom into a... Let's not talk about this, Great Grievo. There were dragons in the north, but potentially only cold drakes. The fire drakes were those who kind of went extinct after Smaug. There were some dragons still left, yes. Maybe even with dragon fire, hard to tell. But the greatest, like let's say the greatest of the fire dragons was Smaug, and he died in the Hobbit. Spoiler. They should have walked to another volcano. Yeah, maybe that would be, like, I like this idea. Maybe that's another volcano. Why not just go there? But yeah, twin planet bros. Sorry for the long answer, but it's a very interesting question that you ask. And it's interesting kind of to discuss. Also, if you write a message in chat, try to avoid to never, like if you place a full stop, then you have to place a space after, else the bot will delete your message. It has nothing to do with posting a link mostly, but the bot doesn't check if it's an actual top level domain. So in your case, you wrote numenor.they, and the bot thought that's a domain. I just delete your link. So never forget a space when you write in this chat, else your message... I still can see your message though, but it's a bit unfortunate that others can't. That goes back to the idea, yeah, exactly. I think that also ties into it that evil creatures, especially, there's only the case of the Nazgul, that they did not dare to cross the river, if that makes sense. I mean, you can make different arguments for this. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just an unfortunate technical limitation that we have here. Okay, if we talk about Ankalagon, that was a mighty dragon. Well, of course, but he's dead also. Manwe would be the younger brother then. Hard to tell, but maybe, I'm not sure. Like, maybe they came into existence all at once and were thought as brothers and sisters. This brother and sister idea is maybe something that we know from mythology. So we know, for example, a lot of in the Greek and Roman mythology, we also know there are brothers and sisters and whatnot, and they have children. In the original story Tolkien, like in the original mythology Tolkien wrote, called the Book of Lost Tales, the Valar even have children. So it's much closer to what we know from the Greco-Roman mythology. The Olympians, weird family tree for sure, yeah. Yeah, then deal is Ahab, maybe. A more successful one, I would say, but yeah, maybe. Good old Greco-Roman incest. Yeah, that's kind of a good idea to wipe them out, I agree. Like, for balance reasons, it's potentially good to not have dragons. Mary, Dol Amros was maybe gone MF. Look, Unfinished Tales, Galadriel and Celeborn, note 14. Okay, we can do this really quick. History of Galadriel, Celeborn, notes 14. The origin of the name Dor en Ernil is nowhere given. Its only other occurrence is on the large map of Rohan, Gondor and Mordor in the Lord of the Rings. On that map it is placed on the other side of the mountain from Dol Amros, but its occurrence in the present context suggests that Ernil was the prince of Dol Amros, which might be supposed in any case. Interesting. I don't know the full context of the note though. What is the reference for it? There she fell into a deep sleep of weariness, and so long she slept that she did not come down into Belfalas until Amros' ships had been blown out to the sea, and he was lost trying to swim back to Belfalas. This legend was well known in the Dor en Ernil, the land of the prince, and no doubt the name was given in memory of it. Jumping back to Dol Amros chat. We do a lot of jumping here. I mean, gods can always have other means to recreate. Like, do gods have to have sex to procreate? It's an interesting question, but they're spirit beings. So in theory, no, they don't need that. That is things the humans or the entities with bodies do. Of course, in the case of Melian and Thingol, we can assume that it is possible for them to procreate, and then, yeah, especially in the case of Melian, she's then more bound to her physical form as a result. But just from their origin, or from their more from their form without body, why would they need to have sex to procreate? They could just, I don't know, fuse in some spirit way and then something new comes out of it. I don't know. Like, they're not physical beings. Wasn't it said that to destroy the ring, some with mightier crafting skill and power would be needed? What about Aule? Definitely more powerful and a better crafting. Yeah, it would be possible. Like, there was also the idea discussed to send it to Valinor in the Council of Elrond. So we're coming back to the destruction of the rings again. Like the other question, I even know. Let me see if I find the thing here. I have to find the chapter again. Oh, it's always complicated. Let's hope I find it. But Gandalf has revealed to us that it can not be destroyed by any craft that we possess, said Elrond. I currently try to find the quote of Gandalf. Does somebody know the quote, chat? Only in the shadow of the past there's a quote. So we're currently trying to find the quote. Your small fire, of course, would not melt even ordinary gold. This ring has already passed through it unscathed and even unheated. But there is no smith's forge in this shire that could manage it at all. Not even the anvils and furnaces of the dwarves could do that. It has been said that a dragon fire could melt and consume the rings of power, but there is not now any dragon left on Earth in which the old fire is hot enough. Nor was there, like Smaug was the last one I assume, nor was there ever any dragon, not even Ancalagon the Black, who could have harmed the One Ring, the ruling ring, for that was made by Sauron himself. There is only one way to find the cracks of doom in the depths of Orodruin, the Fire Mountain, and cast the ring there, if you really wish to destroy it, to put it beyond the grasp of the enemy forever. Yeah, I read I think, Bumbaza, welcome first of all. Yeah, I read the letter. It's basically flipping the birds towards Nazi Germany back in the time. And he made quite a bit of fun of the Nazis for their weird views. That's a really cool letter. Yeah, I've read that one. It's a very cool letter. And here, for example, is a quote from the thing. His ring was lost but not unmade. The Dark Tower was broken, but its foundations were not removed, for they were made with the power of the ring, and while it remains, they will endure. That was the quote from the other thing. Just skipping through the chapter. I forgot how it was worded. If you expect the ring to be... bring Frodo the ring. I like how Bilbo says to Frodo, not bad, when he told him his story of how he got to Rivendell. Let me see. Did somebody post it in chat? Could have Frodo turned into a ring race from the blade of the ring from the Morgul blade? Yes. I think that he could have turned into a race. A mini race for sure. I'm still searching for the quote though, chat. It might take a power of the ring had lengthened his life upon a very rich blah blah blah. There was a came to Rivendell on today's ring news, blah blah blah. The ring bearer strange. Maybe the Tom Bombadil part say rather that the ring has no power over him. He is his own master, but he cannot alter the ring itself nor break its power over others. I can't find it, chat. He only says, but it's kind of revealed to us that we cannot destroy it by any craft we here possess, said Elrond. And they who dwell beyond the sea. So the question was, why not send it to the Valar? Aule could destroy it. And they who dwell beyond the sea, so on the west continent Aman, dwell beyond the sea, would not receive it for good or ill. It belongs to Middle-earth. It is for us who still dwell here to deal with it. Because sending it away from Middle-earth would, I don't know, change things or remove the problem. This is a problem of Middle-earth and it has to be solved by Middle-earth. You can't just cheat your way out of it. It's basically what you want to say here. There are two courses, as Glorfindel already declared, to hide the ring forever or to unmake it, but both are beyond our power. What quote are you looking for? Like, there's a quote where Gandalf says that the ring can't be undone except by a person who is more powerful than Sauron. That's basically what the quote implies. I can't remember how it was worded, but I would like to read it. But that is the quote I'm currently looking for. Sorry that I'm like it's sometimes, you know, I know a lot of quotes out of my head, kind of, at least some words where I know how it roundabout how the sentence is phrased, and then it's very easy. Gollum more powerful than Sauron, yeah. It could not be Council of Elrond. It could be... It could also be Shadow of the Past or something like that. Knowledge and legend. Yeah, Gollum didn't destroy it. Gollum just fell into the lava. Like... The Ringmaker, ring... With a heavy sledgehammer, it would not have a dint in it, cannot be unmade by your hands or mine. I can't find the quote, chat. Does nobody remember how this quote was worded? Is it the quote that YouTube read earlier for Shadow of the Past? Maybe? Why is it so difficult to find quotes sometimes, chat? They should be easy to find. I'm looking to it's driving me mad, yeah. For, like, it always happens in every stream that there's one quote and I simply can't find it. Yeah, I'm already searching for it. The problem is I don't know what to search for. Like, the book has like a couple of thousand pages. It's difficult to, or 1,000 something. Was it 1,660 pages on my document it has here? Still looking at my book out now. Now I'm currently searching on my digital thing here. Maybe it's in many meetings. Sorry that I, like I said, chat. If somebody in chat knows the quote, please help us out and just post the first few words of the sentence. It already helps. Destroyed them. I could swear there was like a destroyed gold made blah blah blah. We cannot destroy it by any craft we here possess. That's a famous quote of Elrond. We know that. I'm done for the night, everyone. Until next time. See you, Mark. Thank you for joining, and we have a good night. Man, I can't find the quote. It's driving me crazy. Okay, maybe we have to find other ways to find it. One ring. Is Tolkien's idea about birthday presents superior to our customs? Maybe. I think I'm mixing up quotes here. That's maybe more likely, chat. man. I think we might mix up quotes here, chat. I think the reason for this is that maybe he says something like, only if you are more powerful than Sauron, the ring basically can't harm you, because you have more power than him anyway. And this maybe was an explanation in context of Tom Bombadil, or it was an explanation regarding Gandalf not taking the ring in the chapter. No, it would definitely not help. I just need to remember. Now it becomes really tough. Like, if nobody in chat knows the quote, one question is Old Man Willow just an evil end or something else? That's very hard to answer, because this whole section feels like he is some kind, maybe it's a Huon, yeah, maybe something like that. I don't think he's an end in this regard. I think it's like the whole Tom Bombadil section is more like it's very purely mythology, if that makes sense. Yeah, that would be many meetings, I think, what you mean yet. No. Man, I hate this happening in streams always. Like, searching for a stupid quote for 5 hours. Yeah, maybe, but I think it's more like it's an actual evil spirit in a tree, to be honest. Vance becomes, you know, I don't think so. Yeah, I read this, Mari. I have still not found it there. I think I need a break. I need an hour to search for it. Okay, maybe. I think I found it. Chat. I think I found the thing. Okay, like we have all had the idea that I think I found it, chat. It's not in Lord of the Rings though. It's in letter 131. I thought it was set in Lord of the Rings. So let us go into letter 131 and read a small section out of that. Finally, I found it. Took me forever. I was so sure it was written in Lord of the Rings, but we found it. We all know the thing. Like we all know, like some of you people definitely know the idea that if you're more powerful than Sauron, you could destroy the ring. Where does this idea come from? It's letter 131, the following lines. We can even read another one. Let me see. Obliged for inherited power. But to achieve this, he had been obliged to let a great part of his own inherent power, a frequent and very significant motive in myth or fairy story, pass into the One Ring. While he wore it, his power on Earth was actually enhanced. But even if he did not wear it, that power existed and was in rapid with himself. He was not diminished, unless some other seized it and became possessed of it. If that happened, the new possessor could, if sufficiently strong and heroic by nature, challenge Sauron, become master of all that he had learned or done since the making of the One Ring, and so overthrow him and usurp his place. That this was the essential weakness he had introduced into his situation in his effort, largely unsuccessful, to enslave the elves, and in his desire to establish a control over the minds and wills of his servants. There was another weakness. If the One Ring was actually unmade, annihilated, then its power would be dissolved. Sauron's own being would be diminished to vanishing point, and he would be reduced to a shadow, a mere memory of malicious will. But that he never contemplated for nor feared. The ring was unbreakable by any smith's craft less than his own. It was not sure if this is pronounced, so I have to look it up. But yeah, that is the thing. Maybe there's also something like this, an explanation in Lord of the Rings.
Indissoluble.
Indissoluble. I have to translate this even. Unlöslich, unauflösbar. Okay, that's what it means. Indissoluble in any fire, save the undying subterranean fire where it was made, and that was unapproachable in Mordor. Also, so great was the ring's power of lust that anyone who used it became mastered by it. It was beyond the strength of any will, even his own, to injure it, cast it away, or neglect it. So he thought. It was in any case on his finger. Thus, as the second age draws on, and then the story goes on. So letter 131 is the savior of the day again. To Milton Waldman, we read so much in this letter. It's like a very powerful letter, because there's just so much information in this letter. of Tolkien thought, and it's like a summary of what Tolkien wrote plus some comments on what he thought behind it. It's very interesting that Tolkien, for example, mentions here that he had to basically he rules a growing empire from the great dark tower of Barad-dûr in Mordor, near to the mountain of fire, wielding the One Ring. But to achieve this, he had been obliged to let a great part of his own inherent power pass into the One Ring, a frequent and very significant motive in myth and fairy story. Like, to make something, you have to give something, to sacrifice something. Yeah, it was also driving me nuts as well, but it was part of the answer of the question. So, the ring was unbreakable by any smithcraft less than Sauron's own smithcraft, less than his own. Tolkien writes in this letter, and yeah, that is where the quote and the idea comes from. It just took us like an hour to find it. I'm sorry for it, but I could swear it was in Lord of the Rings mentioned somewhere. But I was wrong. Okay, maybe change the picture from time to time. That's where it's Mount Doom here, Barad-dûr, a bit further there. Yeah. Obi White, welcome. You also posted some quote. Sounds also like from a letter. Return of the Shadow. There is the quote from that Rewind posted. We can maybe read it as well if I find it quick enough. Because of our questions, what is the origin story of Old Man Willow? That not so as I imagined. Amongst his talk there was here and there much said of Old Man Willow, and Merry learned enough to content him, more than enough, for it was not comfortable law, though not enough for him to understand how that grace-thirsty earthbound spirit had become imprisoned in the greatest willow of the forest. The tree did not die, though its heart went rotten, while the malice of the old man drew power out of earth and water and spread like a net of fine root threads in the ground and invisible twig fingers in the air, till it had infected and subjugated nearly all trees on both sides of the valley. Oh, nice. Letters on Audible. I mean, yeah, that it's kind of a tree is possessed by an evil spirit. I don't know. Sounds also very mythological. I don't have a good example for it to be from any mythology, but it's, you can definitely imagine it, that it appears in some mythology. How the evil spirit went into this, very hard to say. Tolkien Gateway says he might have been an ent who became tree-like, or possibly a huorn, as the old forest was originally part of the same primordial forest as Fangorn. That is definitely a possibility, but yeah, I don't know. Grey, thirsty, earthbound spirit. Just for context, The Return of the Shadow is History of Middle Earth, book number 6, and it basically is the early writing process and iterations Tolkien made to write the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring book. So it's basically the old iterations that Tolkien wrote about that. So how canon this line at the end is, it did not survive or make it into the final released version, but yeah, it kind of gives a little view inside what Tolkien's ideas for Old Man Willow were here, and gives us some context. See this or interpret this how you want. Yeah, exactly. Great Reaver puts it in good words. I view Old Man Willow to be the same vein as Tom Bombadil. You listen to the story, window for the moment, and then file it under old mythology that we will never know about for sure. Exactly. Like in old mythology, you never have like all the answers to all of this. It's mythology. Sometimes different traditions or texts describing the same characters contradict each other in some details and so on. There's no canon, there is like no, it's not defined, because it's different from how we create fiction today, where you have people who make notes and I don't know, you release everything, you want to have something like a franchise, have a canon, everything has to kind of be connected and not contradict each other. You have a fandom who collects the information in, I don't know, wikis or whatever. Maybe there's a book that includes some background information and so on. But yeah. The bit with Tom Bombadil seems like a strange, unknown bit completely, yeah, for sure. Letters on Audible, that's pretty awesome. So if you have access to that, you can check those out there. To punish him. I mean, here we're in the realm of mythology, and you can make up any idea for it that you want, because there might not be something that Tolkien, like an actual true origin story to Old Man Willow. We at least can't ask Tolkien anymore about what he would be thinking about specific topics. Are there any elves that willingly turn towards Morgoth or Sauron? Thomas B. asked this question. Or some other evil, not talking about corrupted elves. It's tough to say. There was Maeglin, I guess, who betrayed Gondolin, where he lived, and had, of course, severe consequences for Gondolin when he did. Not sure though how willingly that was or how forced it was, to be fair. But there was a deal between basically Morgoth and Maeglin in a way. But it did not end well for Maeglin as well. Let's see if we have an artwork of Maeglin. For sure I have one. It's actually quite a cool one, I think. We have another one of Kimberly 80 of Sara Morello, but good old Maeglin. Looking, I kind of like it because it has like here. It looks like he has some secrets, if that makes sense. Kind of like the expression there. Beyond that, as said, we have one of Sara Morello here. Storyteller Goldberry is probably a nymph. I think she's also like Goldberry is also like a spirit of the rivers or something like that. At this point, Chris could make up stuff about the lore, and I would be like, "Wow, didn't know that." That is true, and that's why I'd always try to at least provide you the quotes. I mean, I could also make up the quote, but I think that's more difficult. It was known Tolkien meant as an enigma to the readers in 1954, but now we can dig into all the notes behind the scenes, so to say. Same with Old Man Willow, etc. Yeah, that's for sure true. Though there's still some stuff that Tolkien might not have written. Not accusing. Maybe Chris Our Tom then. I enjoy ruminating on my headcanon, like Gil-galad's parentage is always a fun one to mull over. Same with Tom Bombadil, the Old Man Willow. That's what's so enjoyable for me, all the possibilities. And then the Time Lord boy says, Great Rebo, like, what happened to the blue wizards, you mean? Yeah, that's also a good one, though. I guess we have some informations about that, but they are so contradicting. I'm going to start telling people Old Man Willow's an ugly wife. Wow. Like there was some other questions earlier in chat. I'm always a bit shocked that we always skip some questions. But like I said, sometimes you have to repost your question, because if I scroll up all the time, I will never catch up with chat. It's impossible. So I unfortunately will overlook some messages in chat, which is good because it shows that a lot of people are here and active in chat and want to know what's going on. So much appreciated for all your effort there. Are there any religions? Like I said, we had this discussion at the beginning of the stream. where the question was basically, do people know about Eru or was he just forgotten? And the answer was kind of, I think Tolkien wanted to write a story that is mythology, and for that he did not want to implement a major religion there that overshadows everything, because then you have an institution, you have churches, you have, I don't know, maybe a religious leader or multiple leaders, or maybe multiple local leaders and so on. You need more people. This would distract from the mythological character of his story, and I think that is why Tolkien kind of rejected this. No problem. There was kind of a summary of the answer for that part. And then, yeah, other religions, like I said, it goes into the same direction. Tolkien did not implement those. We have some examples where, like, the king in Numenor could go to Meneltama in the middle, the big mountain on top, and there have, like, a moment, it's called a moment, and there they kind of worship Eru in a way. They don't worship any other entities. Like, there's actually a mention in Unfinished Tales about this particular part. But yeah, it was more like a very ceremonial thing that the king did. I don't know, at times there were some holidays in Numenor as well for specific points in time to thank for those, we're thankful for those, and so on. There is some culture, but Tolkien never elaborated too much on it because he did not want to remove or did. What on earth is this sound? Okay, chat. I take a short break. There is some clock making a little music sound. I'm not sure if you can hear it, probably not. And I'm wondering what is causing this sound, because it kind of confuses me. So maybe that's a good point to have a very short break. I use this to go to the bathroom real quick as well, and maybe get a new tea. So we make a short break for some minutes. Maybe I should answer the questions to an end before we do this. But yeah, I think that's basically it. Of course, there are cults for Morgoth, because Morgoth wants to create his religion and influence people. Same with Sauron. Then later, I guess there's that. Bio break. Yeah, basically that. Back in a moment, chat. I give you some, I don't know, give me like 4 minutes or something like that. You know that my time stuff is always wrong. So see you in a moment. Hello, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption here. But yeah. We are back at it. I guess after 3 hours it's okay to take a short break. I hope I didn't miss anything important in chat in the meantime. Not sure where discussion we're going where. It's fine. Wait. Break everyone. Go grab a tea and snack. See you in 4 minutes. Well, 4 minutes estimate for Chris minutes. Favorite character, yeah. It's fine because my husband's minutes are also very different from mine. Same as Chris. Yeah, it would be... Maybe it's a Chris thing that we don't have a feeling for time. Or a time estimation is always wrong. I don't know. Nothing happened. We all went to get a tea. Fire break. It's okay, I just killed 3 major demons in Dragon Age Vileguard. Maybe it's a Chris thing. Yeah, it could be. It's kind of funny though. I also found out what the noise is. I hoped it was coming from the neighbors, then I would not have to take care of it. But it seems in the kitchen I have this little clock thing, and for whatever reason, some mysterious thing turned on the alarm there. It's a very cheap thing though, but yeah, for whatever reason, this clock thing has an alarm. I just try to disable it. I'm not sure if I was successful though. We will find out in the future. Who's everyone's favorite character? I like Elrond a lot from the side character side, from the main character, or more main characters. I don't know. Sam is kind of the obvious answer, but I also like Aragorn a lot. I like both, like film and book Aragorn, to be honest, which are very different. Interesting. I'm just wondering about something here in my settings. I have a limiter activated. Is it set different or whatever? Chris, could you presume the Mouth of Sauron worships Morgoth? It's a difficult question again, because the Mouth of Sauron is like a servant of Sauron. So he's potentially closer related to Sauron himself, if that makes sense. And it's a bit difficult to tell how the relationship of Sauron to his former master is during the Third Age. Like, it could be that he does not really care anymore. Of course, he knows he needs the power of Morgoth in the world to basically make his dark sorcery work. And he used the idea of worshipping Morgoth against the Númenóreans as well. But you could say less that it were his own belief that his former master should be worshipped, and more that it helped kind of... you need like a figure that was not himself that people could worship, or something like that. He maybe later changed this because Tolkien, Sauron wanted to become the god king of the world himself, not Morgoth. No, Morgoth was very different in this regard, because Morgoth wanted to actually destroy the world and everything and every being, because he wanted to undo the creation of Eru and the other Valar. As a result, he was very nihilistic. And Sauron was like, well, the world actually is fine. I don't want to completely destroy it. I just want to change it to my liking and bring everything under my will to give it a new order. And I define the order. And this is what I think would be best for the world. And that was Sauron's ultimate goal in the end. So it's not clear if he really needed a Morgoth or Morgoth worship in this particular world. I think for Sauron it might have been later just some kind of useful tool. It's hard to tell though if he had still any admiration or whatever for his former master at this point. Hard to tell. That's a good question. Replaying Skyrim for now. Nice. So in this regard, would it make sense that the very loyal servants of Sauron already worship him, worship Morgoth? Maybe not, because maybe they worship Sauron or whatever. I think that's more what Sauron would want, if I'm honest. You call him Sauron Light, Aragorn Light. Always wondered whether there were different parts of Sauron running around Middle-earth. Some I would hesitate to mention here. Pony Farmer Maggot are top tier picks, of course. Treebeard, Farmer Maggot, yes, and Radagast, Aule. Radagast is one of the best things about the Hobbit trilogy. Yeah, I kind of liked Radagast there as well, to be honest. Aule is my favorite Valar. Interesting. Considering he tainted Sauron and Saruman. He trained, not tainted. And made the dwarves. Who would win Shadowfax or Pillarpone? Come on. How could Tom Bombadil... How comes Tom Bombadil doesn't want to get involved in the War of the Rings, knowing how destructive Sauron would be in the world, including his? That's a good question. I think Tom Bombadil's power at the end is very confined to a specific place, it gets smaller. But since the countryside of England exists to this day, it seems like he would survive anything. But it's always a problem for the story. Like if you have too many so absurdly powerful characters in your story, then either you have to make the evil character more powerful, or you have to find reasons that they do not intervene in the conflict, else the conflict would be solved too fast. Welcome, Spielkalb. And yeah, I think it's already the main reason why he does not want to participate, because it would not be good for the story. He's just a very confined person that does his thing on his side. Maybe he also knows that in the end, Frodo will succeed destroying the ring in a way, at least succeed in bringing it to Mount Doom. And as such, why would he then need to be involved if the others do it, you know? If it works out in the end. Further, his his realm, his wood, were bigger ones, and the Númenóreans came and destroyed parts of it, made it smaller, and so on. It were men that had a destructive part for it, and as such, why would he potentially help him? Help like the free peoples then, like the dwarves destroy the forest, the Númenóreans did, and so on. It's simply the conflict of the free peoples, and they have to solve it. Even though they can't ultimately solve it, like Frodo also fails in the end with how everything there turns out, but it is his, like he had to do his part in it. Everybody has to do his part. Bombadil's part was saving Sauron, Frodo from and his friends from the Barrow-wights, which he did, and he gave him place to be safe, and guided him to the basically to Bree. So say, yeah, go there, go to the Prancing Pony. Hi there. Did I miss many maps in Chris' 3-hour introductory part? No. We had some looks at maps, but currently we had few map questions. So we mostly looked into other stuff. Now, like Theoden, yeah, Theoden's also a pretty cool character, I agree. The clock reminds you to take a break. Yeah, that's the law behind it, I guess. I probably like Elrond because of Hugo Weaving. I also like Hugo Weaving. It's a bit biased because of the movies. It's a shame that in the movie world, the elves of Tolkien, are not so good. I think that the movie makers are too much stuck of elves, are childish and Disney-like stuff. I don't know. I feel like even in the books, the elves definitely come over as a little bit arrogant here and there, for sure. So in this regard, they, even though they help the dudes, but it's not like they always like. It always feels like they look a bit down upon the others. I wouldn't say though they are very childish, at least not in the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. Tolkien's elves are less arrogant than in other books. Yeah, that might be true, but still arrogant a bit. Yeah. Yeah, Banatil really did a good job on Theoden. A previous question, didn't the Witch King send Carmul to the Barrow-wights when they first reached the Shire? He probably asked them to keep the hobbits warm for them. I know that the Witch King himself came to the Barrow-wights and roosed the Barrow-wights, and to the Barrow Downs and roosed the Barrow-wights. I'm not sure if we later sent Carmul, because Carmul is the one chasing them during through the Shire until they meet the elves and so on. You should see the ancient elves in the Dragon Age universe. I'm not 100% sure. Let me just look it at least up. Not sure how. I'm not even sure if it's pronounced. It's, I think, roused. I think it's pronounced, right? Not roost. In my head, it was spelled differently. No, you might be right, actually. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Let's read here. The Witch King had now a clearer understanding. We read from Unfinished Tales, The Hunt for the Ring. It's a chapter, in case you wonder. The Witch King had now clearer understanding of the matter. He had known something of the country long ago, in his wars with the Dunedain, and especially of the Turngorthad of Cardolan, the Barrow-Downs. Now the Barrow-Downs, whose evil wights had been sent there by himself. Seeing that his master suspected some move between the Shire and Rivendell, he saw also that Bree, the position of which he knew, would be an important point, at least for information. He put therefore the shadow of fear on the Dune landing and sent him on to Bree as an agent. He was the squint-eyed southerner at the inn. In version B, it is noted that the Black Captain did not know whether the ring was still in the Shire that he had to find. The Black Captain, I assume, is a Witch King, right? Yeah. Find out. The Shire was too large for violent onslaught, such as he had made on the Sturs. He must use as much stealth and as little terror as he could, and yet also guard the eastern borders. Therefore, he sent some of the riders into the Shire with orders to disperse while traversing it. And of these, Carmul was to find Hobbiton, see note 1, where Baggins lived according to Saruman's papers. But the Black Captain established a camp at Andras, where the Greenway passed and the defile between the Barrow Downs and the South Downs, and from passed in a defile between the Barrow Downs and South Downs, and from there, some others were sent to watch and patrol the eastern borders, while he himself visited the Barrow Downs. In notes on the movements of the Black Riders, at this time it is said that the Black Captain stayed there for some days, and the Barrow-Wights were roused.
Roused.
I think it's roused. However it's pronounced. Were roused, and all things of evil spirit, hostile to elves and men, were on the watch with malice in the old forest and on the Barrow Downs. Maybe could even include the willow. All things of evil spirit. What I'm currently wondering is, I could swear there was something like mention somewhere in some note that he stayed there for some days, but I currently can't find it. But yeah, that is the quote. What was that about the onslaught on Sturs? So when the ring rays were sent, they were searching for the Shire, but they don't know where the hobbits lived. Yeah. About the 22nd of July, they met their companions, the Nazgul of Dol Guldur, in the field of Celebrand. Let's look where that is actually. On the map, chat. We need some map action here at times as well. Let me just see how I pull this up. First of all, I need here my atlas. My problem is always finding the maps, chat. Where is it? There it is. Oh yeah, here's the Celebrand. It's a river. It goes down here. If I'm reading this here correctly, yeah, this river here is the Celebrand. It flows into the Anduin. And yeah, somewhere here. What did I just read, chat? In the fields of Celebrand, there they learned that Gollum had eluded both the orcs and that recaptured him and the elves that pursued them and had vanished. They were told also by Camul that no dwelling of halflings could be discovered in the Vales of Anduin, and that the villages of the Sturs by the Gladden had long been deserted. So Camul was, here's the Gladden field, and yeah, it seems like the Nazgul rode here somewhere into this and checked if there were still Stur villages here left, but they were deserted. So they planned basically to go there and kill everybody. I'm not sure if there's a different version where they actually find people there. But the Lord of Morgoth, seeing no better counsel, determined still to seek northward, hoping maybe to come upon Gollum, as well as to discover the Shire. That this would prove to be not far from the far from the hated land of Lorien seemed to him not unlikely, if it was not indeed within the fences of Galadriel, but the power of the White Ring he would not defy nor enter yet into Lorien. Passing therefore between Lorien and the mountains, the nine rode ever to the north, and terror went before them and lingered behind them, but they did not find what they sought, nor learn any news that availed them. Yes, the account of the Vain Journey of the Nazgul up to the Vales of Anduin is much the same in version B as in that printed in full above that version A, but with a difference that in B the Stur settlement were not entirely deserted at this time, and such of the Sturs as dwelled there were slain or driven away by the Nazgul. In all the texts, the precise dates were slightly at variance both with each other and with those given in the Tale of Years. These differences are here neglected. And then there's a note 9. In a letter written in 1959, my father said, between 2463, when Deachol and the Stur found the One Ring, according to the Tale of Years, at the beginning of Gandalf's special inquiries concerning the ring nearly 500 years later, they, the Sturs, appeared indeed to have died out altogether, except of course for Smeagol, or to have fled from the shadow of Dol Guldur. So there's a version where there were actually still some Sturs living in this village. In version A it was completely deserted. In the other version he slew some Sturs and the others kind of escaped. But Tolkien is not sure if they kind of got extinct. Dragon Age show trailer. Yeah, there's a show for Dragon Age coming as well. Did Dragon drink some nice cup of black tea with the barrel rides? Must have been a funny meeting, yeah, for sure. In the note, I'm not sure if there's a note explicitly mention Gollum's family, but there is a note that, yeah, some Sturs were still living there and are slain, that I just read. Cozy. Map time. Yeah, a little bit of map time. Was there any corrupt Maya who took form as an orc? Yes, Mirwald. There was. Now I have to find where it's written though. It's Morgoth's Ring or War of the Jewels or Peoples. I think it's Morgoth's Ring though. His name I think is Boldock. Yeah, with a G at the end. Footnote to the text. Boldock, for instance, is a name that occurs many times in the Tales of War, but it is possible that Boldock was not a personal name, and either a title or else the name of a kind of creature. The orc formed Maiar, only less formidable than the Balrogs. I just see. Thus, it was that the historic speak of great orcs or orc captains who were not slain and who appeared in battles through years for far longer than the span of lives. Then there's a mention of it. That's one. The footnote at this point stating that Boldock, for instance, is a name that occurs many times in the Tales of War and was perhaps not a personal name is curious. Boldock appears several times in the Lay of Lathian as the name of the orc captain who led a raid into Doriath, back in the day, First Age stuff, Silmarillion and so on, reference the index Lays of Beleriand. He appears in the Quenta 4, page 113, but is not mentioned thereafter. I do not know of any other reference to an orc named Boldock. I didn't know that he appeared, or forgot about that he appeared there as well. So Boldock appears there. But yeah, he was a captain tasked to capture Luthien. But like I said, this is very early version of the mythology. Now, keep it in mind. He sent with sword and fire to Doriath's march, but battle fell sudden upon him. Used to tell, never one returned of Boldock's host. Okay, well, maybe we have to check Tolkien Gateway for the other references, because I only remember the one in Morgoth Ring. There's a very, he appears literally 5 times in the book. Was an orc name that was given to Maya that took the physical form of primitive orc. Morgoth Ring Index. Was a title taken by many of the Servants of Morgoth that appeared multiple times during the battles, while some bearers of the title Boldock has been delusioned of phantoms, many others for the names, some shapes, also men. The orc form Maya was said to be only less formidable than Balrogs, yeah. That's also, I just read this here. But yeah, it's not a big deal, to be honest. Like, some people often mention this Boldock guy and put some theories upon him. And I can kind of see why, but keep in mind that the name Boldock appears only in this particular context as a Maya, not as an orc captain. Oh, just making it bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in Morgoth Ring. At least in the version I have. Maybe that's a different spelling for him. I can maybe double check, chat, if he appears somewhere else. I have the index here, which I smartly, before the stream started, put right next here on my desk. Bulk. Often Boldock. Okay, he also appears in the Shaping of Middle-earth, and there's he's still there, an orc captain. In the Book of Lost Tales, he seems to also appear a few times. Oh god, it's complicated, I guess. He's not named. Potentially he's just an ore captain there. I don't know. It's 5 minutes to midnight, so same here, storyteller. So we live in the same time zone. That's great. I'm also starting to get a bit tired, unfortunately. We're also getting close to 4 hours, but maybe we get close to the 4 hours. From the Shire, 3-minute road. I'm imagining somersaulting into bed. To Erebor, 3-minute road. Okay, I missed a lot of stuff here in chat, I think. Didn't say Peter Jackson movies else were childish. I mean that Peter Jackson and co would done better job to picture the elves more human-like. I imagined them human, but much beautiful and somewhat wilder than humans. Yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean. So was there any corrupt Maya who did this? Potentially Baldock in one version, but there are other versions where he's just an ore captain. Maybe it's just a title. There's a bit of speculation around this, but in theory, yes, there could be, and be close to the power of a Balrog, whatever that means. Thought those Styr hobbits have died by the Third Age. No, they're definitely not. In the Third Age, they were definitely Styrs. There's no, like, the first time the hobbits are even mentioned is in the Third Age anyway. In Lord of the Rings, there is the mention of the Elvish name, the Perianas. So Third Age 1050. About this time, a shadow falls on Greenwood, and men begin to call it Mirkwood. The Perianas, that are the hobbits, are first mentioned in records with coming of the Harfoots to Eriador. So only 1000 years into the Third Age, the Harfoots come to Eriador. Before that, they must have been maybe somewhere east of the Misty Mountains. And yeah. Then 1300, the Perianas migrate westward. Many settle at Bree. From there, many Perianas migrate from Bree and granted land beyond the Branduin by Argileb II. It's 1600, and that is when the Shire is basically founded. 30 years later, they are joined by Styrs coming from Duneland. So it's a bit complicated with all these locations. Where's my production? Here. So basically, yeah, somewhere here, we don't know exactly where. It seems like the hobbits came from the east and lived then here. The Styrs settled here. Some of the others went over the Misty Mountains, or maybe Gap of Rohan or whatever, which was called Gap of Kalinardon at this time because Rohan didn't exist this early in the Third Age. Whatever, doesn't matter. And then they came to Eriador. Eriador is this region here, and they settled here. And then the Styrs, some of the Styrs also went over the Misty Mountains. They went to Duneland and lived somewhere maybe here in this region, I think. And I think later on, some of the Styrs went back east again and lived here again. This is then when the Gollum story happens. And then the Harfoots went to Bree, and then yeah, started living here, and later on they moved further west and then basically settled in the Shire. And during the conflict of Arthedain with Angmar, they made a deal with the king that they can live in this land here, but they have to maintain the streets and bridges so that the messengers of the king can travel here easily to Amon-Sur, because this was like a front line against Arnor and so on. So it was a very important place to defend and so on. And yeah, the hobbits should take care of some of the infrastructural, or to have some duties of taking care of the infrastructure, that stuff here could work. This is kind of how this works. And what's interesting, what kind of drove this to us, is that when Sauron settled here in Dol Guldur in secret, it became Mirkwood. This was Greatwood, the green ones. And now it then becomes Mirkwood, and due to the evil things happening here and orc movements and so on and so forth, this brought actually the hobbits moving over the Misty Mountains and settling west. It's very interesting. No, that's a good quote. The conception among orcs, there must have been numerous corrupted minor spirits who assumed similar in text 7. Which book is this, Dwight? Oh, yeah, the concept, as said, exists. It's hard to tell how many there are. Here it is, also Morgoth ring. Keep in mind, this is from Mystery Transformed 9. This is another and quite separate note on the origin of orcs, written quickly in pencil and without any indication of date. This suggests, though not explicit, orcs were of elvish origin. The origin is more clearly not clearly dealt with elsewhere. At one point, certain Melkor could not have created living creatures, blah blah. And then, yeah, in this text, there must have been like these spirits then is also mixed into this. Orcs, yeah, orcs is always a complicated topic. Yeah, Melkor had corrupted many spirits. That's also like a more known quote. That's also from 9. That's the continuation of this text. The conception among the orcs, there must have been numerous corrupted minor spirits who assumed similar bodily shapes, appears also in text 7, page 410. Melkor had corrupted many spirits, some great as Sauron or less so as Balrogs. The least could have been primitive orcs. Where is text 7 though? Is this a very long text, chat? Yeah, 7 is a very long text. But yeah, he definitely words is also quite careful, in my opinion. But yeah, it's always complicated. Husband went to vote. Yeah, good. That's really good. I hope you all have ways to go vote. Looks like a very important election to me, even though I'm not even living in the United States. Not even close. But I've never been this nervous about an election in my life, to be honest, in the United States. This is really... something else, I would say. Yeah, the men of the downfall of humanity, potentially, who knows? It's kind of... this election is definitely a very important one, I feel. Also, welcome, Summit. Stream's nice that you're a long-time subscriber, been lurking for years, but they're very important. Yeah, I don't want to talk about politics, it's never a good idea. You can vote for whatever person you want to vote. I don't want to start a political discussion here, but to be honest, I'm definitely worried. Like the geopolitical implications of this election could be so massive, like ridiculously massive. So, yeah. The rest of the world is kind of, or let's say the Western world is kind of scared. I think even the not Western world also has like their candidate that they would prefer, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. I'm in Germany. It's also out of my control. I just I just hope that this election does not kill existing alliances, and this resulting in other countries becoming more, let's say, brave to do stupid things. That would be, yeah, a very dangerous development that could result out of this. Like, it's always, like I said, I'm not affected by most of the stuff that a new president might implement in the United States. But when it comes to global alliances and geopolitical stuff, then we are affected. And yeah, we will see. Speaking about failing alliances, funny that we just were talking about the Witch King. Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's also a good point by Pumpkin Rick. Whatever you want, but expect me to come as a East European immigrant to a country in the next 2 months. Yeah, that might be a problem that people also might underestimate. Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that nothing changes and our worries are kind of overblown. This possibility exists, but I think the worries, like the possibility is simply there. And this thing, you found another Bulldog quote. Scroll up. I think I read all the quotes. Like the one you posted, I already read. Like those whose business it was to direct the took often orcish shapes. Or did I overlook that one? I'm not sure. I at least had it here in mind. Those who whose business was to direct the orcs often took orcish shapes, though they were greater and more terrible. Thus it was that the historic speak of great orcs and orc captains who were not slain and who appeared in the battle through years far longer than the span of lives of many. I read this already. And then there's a footnote mentioning the name Bulldog here. Bulldog, like I said, appears 5 times in the book. And they're in the text in between that we just read. In the mistransformed texts, this is now from mistransformed 10. There are multiple footnotes there. But you have to keep in mind that these footnotes are still from the versions where, like, for example, 9, the other quote is from the version where the orc origin is still elves, and Tolkien later changed this to men. So, in a way, all this, like, these texts basically is a way of kind of making sense into the orc hierarchy and lore. And Tolkien just rewrote this 15 times. Not 15, but I'm exaggerating about a few times, and then this comes out of it. Hey, we don't want to be a softie. No. I'm not sure if he's a German, though. He has a German descendant, to be fair. Yeah, well, I guess explains a lot. I'm not sure, though, no, I don't want to discuss Trump's ancestry now here on stream, but where was his father born? His father also born in New York. Was it his grandfather who was born in Germany? I don't know. Yeah, his grandfather, I think, was born in Germany. Aus der Pfalz, as we say here. Well, let's not go into... Let's leave the political topic. His grandpa was German. Oh, okay. I'm sorry for that. That we exported those guys, but whatever. I think where they come from doesn't really matter. I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. What surroundings, environment is what kind of shapes you over the time. And yeah, considering the time, let's say Germany did not well in the 20th century as well, or did a lot of, like, it's an understatement to say did some harm. It did a lot of harm to the world. What state from Germany? I'm from Nordrhein-Westfalen, North Rhine-Westphalia, I think you call it. It's a long name. NRW, as we call it, NRW. And there I'm from a region called Ruhrgebiet. That's the area surrounding the river Ruhr. It's okay, just balancing the scales for the gift that was Einstein. Yeah, we had some good Germans here and there as well. But they were smart enough to leave when stuff was, let's say, developing here in Germany. And some even earlier. Köln would be is part of the Rhineland. So there's the River Ruhr and there's the River Rhine, and Köln is it's the River Rhine, so it's a Rhineland, while the Ruhr goes into the Rhine at some point, like the rivers are connected, and it's more north, like Ruhrgebiet is north of Cologne. Some people think that Cologne is part of the Ruhrgebiet, but it's not the case. Cologne is Rhineland. And they are very proud of their origin, of course. Same as us, I guess, but... So Gosmod could have been a black Numenorean? Oh, you mean the book Gosmog. Yeah, so for people wondering, in the films, Gosmog is this whitish orc commander that spits on this falling stone when Minas Tirith flings, or with their siege weapon, shoots these stones at the orcs. Maybe remember the scene. Might only be in the extended edition, I don't know. But yeah, this guy is called Gosmog, and he appears in the books as well, but that's not clear if it's an orc or a man or whatever. But yeah, in theory, Gosmog could have been also Black Numenorean. I mean, if he's a Black Numenorean, the term at this time, like the Numenorians were dead anyway, so it's definitely possible that also through the Dunedain in exile, that the Black Numenorians also took Sindari names, or that the Numenorians descendants took Sindari names anyway. Not everybody has to have a queen, like Isildur, for example. Oh god. Isildur, for example, is Quenya. But I would assume that Valandil, no, also Quenya. Is there a point in the naming of the kings when they left the Quenya naming scheme. Yeah, there is actually a point. Earendor was, I think, the last. Yeah. It is in Arnor, it's Earendor. Like 600 years into the Third Age, Earendor had was a Quenya name, and then Amlais was the first king of Arthedain. And yeah, he and his brothers couldn't agree on the heritage. I mean, in theory, Amlais is the oldest son, so he's the heir. But Amlais is a Sindari name. That's kind of interesting. At some point in the Third Age, they shifted from Quenya names to Sindari names. This could have also happened for the Numenorians, you know? And then we suddenly have a long line of Sindari names. I'm not sure if there's any exception for this or not. But I guess at some point, Quenya became so unused and ancient that they maybe stopped with this tradition. I could imagine like that. So we could make the same argument that something like this happens then to a character like Gothmog. Oh, we had ancestors that were from Dortmund, Germany. Yeah, Dortmund, for example, is part of the Ruhrgebiet. That's also here. Ar and Tar for Kings, yeah. I lived in Dortmund 20 years ago. Nice. Besides, it does matter in the context that the idea for Boldocks, for these titles, appear in the text where Tolkien describes the elf origin, but Tolkien later completely changed this. So it's not clear if the Boldock idea survives into the later transformation when the orcs have their men origin versus that. You know what I mean? It is likely, but it's still an assumption because Tolkien seems to not. It's an interesting question if Tolkien pursues this idea further later on or not. But is there a mention of? Let me just see which book am I here. That is Morgoth's Ring, right? Yes. Now, if we go to still there's a chronology in the thing. Like there is an order, else you could just take out like there are these mistransformed texts. There are a couple of those, and there are a couple different versions, and these are iterations. Like Tolkien, even though he wrote those in the 50s, Tolkien definitely iterated through them until he was to the point, and it was his last stance on the subject, that orcs come from men. And he just went through these texts and iterated how the orcs works, how their hierarchy works. Do they have these Boldocks that are orc captains? He took an old idea from the first book and then transferred it to his idea. Like as mentioned in the very early texts of Tolkien, you find Boldock is an actual orc captain. Like it's a character. And then later Tolkien transformed him into it could be a title of these spirits, minor spirits that take orc shape and then become great leaders among the orcs and are very powerful, and so on. I think this idea also might be we find a bit in the games of Shadow of War to some degree, which I find very interesting, to be honest. That's 8. I don't know which one is the mistransformed text here, the right one. There's 11. Then not all texts are about orcs, though, to be fair. 11 is about Aman. It must be 10 then. I think 10 is the last one where Tolkien has the idea for men. Yeah, then it might have survived if it's from 10. I thought it was from 9. You know, orcs were in origin captured elf, but absolutely later some were probably derived from men. Yeah, this is the hybrid version. And then in 10, in the stuff that's published in 10, orcs later, blah, blah, blah. Those who believe that the orcs were bred from this kind of men captured, so yeah, here it appears. So yeah, it seems that Boldock then, okay, I thought it was from 11 that men. Then you are right. Then it survived into this text. It's just always a bit difficult, you know, in which history of, in which mistransformed text, you know, is what information. The last one then has to do with Aman. It's less about orcs, if I see this here correctly. Yeah, then 11 is about the Aman text. And Tolkien also writes, like, he's an early captain in the early versions, Boldock. He does not know any other reference. Also, Christopher Tolkien writes is about this. Just mentioned that he appears in the other text there. So yeah. Like I said, it's a few times that he appears there. And we know it's always complicated with the orcs. It will also be interesting from when the texts are, to be honest. Mistransformed. Of date external or relative, to order them into even an approximate secret of composition seems impossible, though I believe that virtually all of them come from the years that saw the writing of laws and custom among the elder, the Athrabes, and the late revisions of parts of the Quenta Silmarillion, the late 50s. So we are not correctly 100% correct here. That these mistransformed texts are late 50s. Whatever that means. So, I don't know, 56 to 50 something. So around the time Lord of the Rings came out, to slowly transitioning to the era that is often referred to late writings. So this is mostly what Tolkien did then later. I'm not sure if there's another reference. Yeah, I give the first one, for example, I give a short statement written on 2 slips found pinned on one of the typescript of the Annals of Aman, which would date it to 1958. So that's definitely after Lord of the Rings was released. It's very interesting to see that, the idea for orcs is complicated. And keep in mind that Lord of the Rings was actually finished round about 1949 to 51. In this area, Tolkien finished the story of Lord of the Rings for the most part, and then he had some dispute with the publisher, and it took till 54 till Lord of the Rings the first book was published. I think the first two actually, and then 55 the last book, if I remember correctly. But the story was already completed at this time. So yeah, to be fair, it was the release. I think for the later text, Christopher Tolkien did not manage to date them properly. So even the chronology here is complicated. Here, this is a very brief and hasty statement found in a small collection. Such notes folded in a newspaper of April 1959. It was written on a slip of paper torn from bill dated 55. A similar bill of October 1950 was used for a passage of drafting for the Athrabes. I've noticed that the use of such documents of the year 1955 might suggest the Athrabes was not the work of a single concentrated period, although if my father had prepared a supply of such slips, brief of passages of drafting and other purposes, the date would be misleading. So it's somewhere between 55 and 59 that text 2 was written, and yeah. So it's definitely around the time Lord of the Rings was published. So I would not agree that it was written 4 to 5 years before Lord of the Rings. I misread your thing. You said where Tolkien updated the lore to fit with Lord of the Rings. I think that was actually this period where Tolkien updated the lore to fit Lord of the Rings. Or what do you mean exactly? I mean, this was a long period, in my opinion, where Tolkien started updating the lore. Here there's no date given, I think. For 4, for 5. Always difficult to tell all these details here. But it's just... it's very interesting looking into the dates. Yeah, it's 50s. It's 50s plus, and some of the text might be as late as, let's say, shortly before this, like 59. And then, yeah, the update of the laws in War of the Jewels, where he did a lot of stuff. Later, a bit of the other stuff. What's it called here? People of Middle-earth. Then we have the very late text, like 60s to 70s texts that are then the last one. I feel like Morgoth's Ring and the other texts kind of, even though they are logical in how they are split up, but there might be in some texts there might be some overlap. Like you could argue some text might be later and so on. Some text might have been also like in War of the Jewels, or even in, you know. The last text would be very interesting to see. Titled, a manuscript written with the hesitation corrections regarding blah blah blah. Yeah, here Christopher Tolkien gives no date for the last text. That would be interesting to see. But since he connects it to the Athrabes and so on and so forth, it's so complicated, this whole orc story. Thomas might have been visited. Not possibly the half-brother of a Kerstin. That would be so funny if you just randomly meet here in my chat and say, oh, we're actually related through our German ancestors. That would be very funny. Don't think so. Not that you know about it. But yeah, very interesting stuff. Are there more questions, chat? Let me just look. I got pinged on my Discord thing. Okay, that's a sad message. But yeah, doesn't. Somebody from the German Tolkien Society passed. I did not know him, but yeah. Very nice text. Just read through it really quick. That's a sad occasion. There was also another question earlier in chat which I wanted to pick upon, talk about briefly. In case chat here currently is out of questions, it almost feels like it. And it was a question about the I'm not sure, maybe you're still in chat. Somebody asked about the War of the Rohirrim film, or what do I expect, or whatever. Since I did a trailer analysis video here on this channel. Speaking of this channel, there's also a new lore video out, in case you have not seen it. Currently, I forgot with the lore. Like, okay, I just link it here in chat. If you haven't seen it, feel free to watch it. Why didn't Boromir use a shield against the arrows? Yeah, maybe he forgot. I don't have a good explanation. But yeah, the War of the Rohirrim stuff, I'm not sure. Is there a new trailer out or something? Did I miss something? I think I might have missed something recently, but yeah, I'm kind of interested in War of the Rohirrim, the new film thing. Also, let me just switch the screen here. Even though it's an anime, I don't mind this. In my youth, I also like to watch anime stuff and so on. So even though I currently rarely watch anime films these days, I don't mind them, to be honest. So I can live with that. From the trailer, I have to admit, like, it looked not bad. Especially in the context, they showed us the introduction, how the conflict started, how the conflict might develop, and they show part of the ending of the conflict surrounding Helm Hammerhand and friends. So I kind of can picture how the story might work out in the end. And if they manage to stay close to what Tolkien actually wrote, for the most part, with some liberties they will for sure take, and that's completely fine that they take some liberties, I could imagine that something good comes out of this, if I'm completely honest. So I'm not too sad about what I've seen so far. It seems like an honest try. That's fingers crossed it is, to kind of portray this particular story. And they decided to invent the main character, like that. Helm Hammerhand had a daughter is definitely canon. She's not named because I guess Tolkien did not think too much about her, and she was not that important, if that makes sense. As a result, there is the wouldn't call it the problem, but the circumstance simply that they need a character that works for this particular story. So you can't take Helm Hammerhand as protagonist, in my opinion. That would not work too well because he's not around all the time. Like, I don't want to spoil too much of the story, but there is a time in the story where the conflict is still going on and Helm Hammerhand won't be there. For reasons. If you know the story, you know what I mean. But then you would have a show that, especially at the end, doesn't have a protagonist anymore. Or a missing protagonist. That's a problem for, I think, a show. So then, not for a show, for a film. And then you would have to establish a second protagonist. You could maybe rise two protagonists at the same time, but or introduce them at the beginning and so on. But then you use a lot of film time doing so. So it's maybe more efficient to tell the story from the perspective of a person who's always there. And Helm Hammerhand's daughter would be a possible candidate for her. In addition, they have a lot of freedom to use this character who we don't know anything about, except that Freka wanted his son to marry her. Deep lore Q&A. Yeah, I mean, it's an upcoming film. I'm not sure how familiar people here in chat or watching the stream are with the lore of Helm Hammerhand and so on. Which is pretty cool. It's one of my favorite little appendices stories. I like it quite a bit. Though it also leaves open some questions about the decisions of Helm Hammerhand, to be honest. But yeah, in the end, it's Morgoth's Ring is volume 10. Just looking up what other people wrote. More of the, even though you wrote this like 20 minutes ago. But yeah, Morgoth's Ring is 10, War of the Jewels 11, Peoples of Middle-earth is volume 12. Boromir's Horn, if I'm not completely mistaken, isn't it connected to the Kain of Arau? Arau is another name for Orome. And there's a potential that they are connected to Dorwinion. I made a video about this connection some ages ago. I think it was this video here. I called it like 7 things I learned about Lord of the Rings universe and its lore. The universe and its lore. Did you know? Blah, blah. I'm not sure which point it was. I made things. Dorwinion, Boromir's Horn. Yeah, it starts at 1 minute and 2. There are timestamps in the thing. Favorite Vala, we come to this. Let me just finish my thought here. I know I have a tendency sometimes of switching back and forth between stuff. But where was I? Yeah, the protagonist. So that's a problem. Another protagonist would be Frealaf. But the problem with him is he's also not there during the siege of the Hornburg, of the Susburg. And as a result, he's also not a good protagonist because this is a major part of the story. So you need somebody who is there during the siege and who is long enough in the story that he, can bring the story to an end without you having trouble. And so I think it's not an unsmart, or unsmart is not a word. It's kind of a smart way to use a character like that his daughter, another character who would be possible would be the sister of Helm, Hilde or Hild. No, Hilde's son. I think her name is just Hild. Hammerhand, where do we have him? Here. Yeah, Hild. So she would also be a possibility. But yeah, if you then go for maybe make an anime, you want to maybe have a younger protagonist that maybe people can identify, younger people, for example, can identify better with or whatever, I don't know. Then maybe going with the next generation, and then you don't, like in this story, so many characters fall out of this, except for Helm's daughter and Hild, and maybe Hilde's son, but as said, he's not there. So as a result, you don't have many characters which you could make a protagonist there from at least the main people, or you just invent like a captain for it or something, and the story is told from his perspective. I kind of like the idea that there's the main perspective, like the protagonist often gives a good perspective from which the story is told, and I kind of like the idea that somebody looks at this, of everything that happened, that is not the perspective of Helm Hammerhand as well, simply because like some of the decisions Helm does are also questionable. But yeah, Sidon's welcome. Favorite Valar? Hard to tell, to be honest. I like Ulmo. I like Nienna. I think she's underrated, but to be honest, she doesn't appear often in the story. There are some stories about her, but I kind of like, I think she's very powerful because she is kind of an aspect of wisdom, if that makes sense. So in this regard, let me think. Who is there another interesting Valar doing stuff? I mean, Ulmo's, I guess, the most interesting because he's very active. He does a lot of things. Aula is pretty interesting. Orome is also quite active, to be fair. But I think Ulmo is always the more interesting in the stories compared to Orome. So Orome is also pretty cool, I think. Good night, everyone. Work tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, Pumpkin Rick, for staying. I think we won't do won't continue that long anymore. But yeah. So, question: why do we still say 3 to 7 Balrogs from quote when we count more from the Balrogs were destroyed, save some few? The 2 were slain, some destroyed in War of Wrath, and some few escaped. That's at least 6 or 7, depending if you count some few as 2 or 3 are before, say, mythology, then they should everything except Morgoth. That's a good question with the Balrogs. Isn't there a letter where Tolkien not specifies the number, but kind of gives us some hint? You're of course right. The counting is... They were supposed to have been all destroyed in the overthrow of Sangoro-Dream, his fortress in the north. But it is here found, there's usually a hangover especially of evil, that one had escaped and taken refuge on the mountain of the Hithaiglin, the Misty Mountains. Hithaglir. It's observable that one of the elves knows what the thing is. and doubtless Gandalf. There we have one. That is from LotR. Let me just give you the letter here. 144. Also a good letter. The Balrogs. The problem is very early sources are not that helpful. The Silmarillion has a mention, as you write. Like, I could swear there was like a comment of Tolkien where he said something along those lines. This is the amount of Balrogs, at most this number, kind of. And some survive, but I can't remember in which book. I thought it was in a letter. But maybe I'm wrong, chat. Meeting of the hosts of the West and the North is named the Great Battle and the War of Wrath. There was marshalled the whole power of the throne of Morgoth, and it had become great beyond count, so that Anfauglis could not contain it, and all the North was aflame with war. But it availed him not. The Balrogs were destroyed. Save some few that fled and hid themselves in caverns inaccessible at the roots of the earth, and the uncounted legion of orcs perished like straw in a great fire, or were swept like shriveled leaves before a burning wind. Did Capcom get sued for the name Balrog in Street Fighter 2? I don't think so, but I would not be surprised. So in the 90s, the name, like, it was not that big yet, so... It was Morgoth's ring then. Yeah, good that you found that one. A host of Balrogs, the last of his servants that remained. His Balrogs, the last of his servants that remained faithful to him. In the margin of my father wrote, there should not be supposed more than, say, 3 or at most 7 ever existed. Yeah, that's a quote. Maybe I add this to the list of quotes that are very useful. Number of Balrogs. Morgoth ring. Also the one in the letter, which I find interesting, to be honest. Letter 144, right? Yes. Just to have the quotes here, in case we need them in the future. So yeah, interestingly, Tolkien puts this quote at 3. We know that in the published version, 3 or 7. We know 2 died, so that makes it between 1 and 5 at most. If then in the Fall of Gondolin maybe another one was destroyed or so, I don't know. And yeah, if you do the math, we know that 1 must survive. And in this letter 144, Tolkien also says this. Where was it? That 1 had escaped and taken refuge in it. He could have written 1 or more, 1 escaped and that one went to the Misty Mountains, basically, in this letter. So I could imagine that Durin's Bane might be the last one, to be honest. I'm not sure how you see this, B-Whites, but I could imagine that with the destruction or with the killing of Durin's Bane, the last Balrog died. Yeah, maybe somewhere under the earth there is another Balrog waiting, but I don't see that there are that many, because, like I said, the Silmarillion mentions that, we have the story of the Fall of Gondolin, where Gosmog dies and Glorfindel kills 1, so 2 are at least dead. And he said save a few. I mean, a few sounds more than 1, to be honest, but I don't know. It could be a classic Tolkien way of saying, well, I'll leave some stuff open. It also depends on how this text here was written. The Silmarillion's composition, the Balrogs were destroyed, save some few that fled. So I don't know. Either it's 1 or it's maybe 2. But I don't see that stuff here. That the number is too excessive. But where does, your original question goes into a specific direction. Why do we still say 3 to 7 Balrogs from quote when we can count more from the Balrogs were destroyed? Some destroyed in the war, some escaped, and that at least 6 or 7, depending if you count some few as 2 or 3. So I don't know. I think your question goes into the direction: how many Balrogs do I think are still left, and why often we pretend, or in some media stuff we pretend that that there might be, I don't know, 3 Balrogs or whatever left instead of 1 or 2 or something. I would say at most there's maybe 1. Beyond Durin's Bane, there's maybe 1 Balrog potentially left later. I could not. It would be strange otherwise. He says, you can't say the Balrogs were destroyed. Well, I don't know, 90% of them survived. So 2 died from 7. If 2 more died, then we are already less than half, and only 3 Balrogs are left. I think that's pretty much the most. And I would even go further and say, yeah, potentially at most 2 survived. At most, let's say at most 3, most likely maybe at least 1. At most 2, at most 3. That's what I would say. And I could imagine that from this letter mentioned that actually Durin Spain is the only survivor. And Tolkien just want to keep the number kind of open to who knows how many Balrogs he later needs, who knows. So to be fair, this stuff was potentially written after Lord of the Rings was completed already, but whatever. There might be a Loki Balrog hiding in the Shire pretending to be Hobbit. Yeah, possible. So the question, chat, to the English native speakers in chat. Do you know, be outside of Tolkien, is there a use of the word Balrog in the English language? Is this a name that Tolkien came up, or is there other etymology for it? Like, it's an interesting question. How did, like, the makers of Street Fighter, like, in case you know, there's a fighting video game called Street Fighter. It's a series. Current Street Fighter is 6, so there are more than 6 parts of Street Fighter. It's complicated, but current one is 6. And in Street Fighter 2, I think, I'm not sure if he was actually in 1. I don't think so. 1 is a special case. It's a weird arcade game. Doesn't matter too much. In Street Fighter 2, there's a character called Balrog in it. And it's even more complicated because there's like the final 3 bosses of the game. Like when you fight through the, let's call it arcade story mode, you always fight specific characters at the end. One is Balrog, one is Vega. Balrog is a boxer. Vega is a dude with claws and a mask from Spain. And then there is the last one, which is M. Bison, which is like this weird secret organization, dictator, ruler, whatever, with psionic superpowers. So we have these 3 characters. In the Japanese original version, though, the boxer is called M. Bison as a reference to Mike Tyson, and they changed the name for the US release because they had the fear that Mike Tyson might sue them because they call the boxer that looks somewhat similar to Mike Tyson, M. Bison, M. Bison. So they changed this. So the boxer in the Japanese version is called M. Bison. The dude with a claw from Spain, with these claws and the hands and the mask from Spain, I think this is Balrog. And the dictator, the ruler of the boss of this secret shadow organization with psionic powers, that in the Japanese version is Vega, I think. So they switched around. And then for the S release, they changed the boxer to Balrog, the claw to Vega, and the dictator, as it's called, with psionic superpowers, to M. Bison. So it's complicated. And the problem with the Balrog then, I mean, there could be old English reference. In the current video, Tolkien, there's a text in Shaping of Middle-earth from Tolkien from the 1930s, I think, maybe late 20s, I don't know exactly, where Tolkien gives an example of where the translation for the name Balrog, and it is Bjalowerk. Werk. Now I have to look into my own video, because I don't have Shaping of Middle-earth here. Where am I talking? He also gives another name for the Balrog, another translation, and this could be the origin story why we came up with the name, because he combined English words, Old English words together and came up with it. Let me just find the shaping of Middle Earth. Bealu. B-I-B-L-U. Yeah. So Balrog is either Bialower or Bialobroga. Brocha. And I'm not sure how this is pronounced. I think the G. I'm not sure if it's Bialobroja or if it's Bialobrocha. I don't know. Currently, if somebody is an Old English expert, let me know. Yeah, and he says Old English Bialo means evil. And the other word, Bialo, in English you have the word bale or baleful. That is where Bialo still exists in the English language. Baleful. And Verg means in Old English outlaw. In Old Norse it can also mean wolf, because a wolf and an outlaw could be like outlaw is a wolf in a not literally sense, you know what I mean? This, since the languages are related, this is similar than in Old English. Werg could mean a felon, an outlaw, something like this. Yeah, and Broga means terror. So Broja, maybe I can write here the things here in chat so you have an idea what I'm talking about. Broja or Broja, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, I said. The G has always different ways to be pronounced. Is Balrog, Bialobroja, like if you pronounce the G as we know it, Broga. Yeah, you definitely see the parallel here. Like if you go for Bialowerg, I mean, from the G can be pronounced as a K, werk, and then the W you can maybe form into an R. So you have Bialo to Bal, baleful, and then you come with Balrog. You can definitely see the connection here. I find it phonetically. Raug or Rock is demon. Yeah. That's a good call. I think the most famous mention of Balrog is definitely in Tolkien's work, though. Let us see. If I find some references for it. Yeah, rock in English. Can we shake? Very interesting. Do it in Spain. Talking was a phonologist, blah blah blah, the Balrog and other concepts in his writing derived from Old English word Sigilwara, used in the text that it could Ethiopian. It seems like that is an idea Tom Shippey had. Shippey 2005, page 54. Interesting. Okay, it seems like also Tolkien wrote an essay about, called it Sigilwara Land. Very interesting. Sun and so on. Two parts of the word. He stated that Sigil meant both sun and jewel, and the former name of the sun. He decided that Wara was related to Old English, hairs, and ultimately to Latin carbo. So he suggested from all this environment implied class of demons. Class of demons in Northern mythology with red-hot eyes, emitted sparks, face flags. The Tolkien scholar Tom Shippey states that this both helped naturalize the Balrog and continued to the Silmarillion combined. Tolkien suggested Tolkien. In Norse mythology, Odin was called Fire-Eyed Baleurgr. I'm not sure where the stress is in this word, so I don't know, but something like this it should be pronounced. Fire-Eyed. That could also be a real-world origin for it. Very interesting. I'm going to go. Thanks and good night. Yeah, thank you, Liana. I hope it was at least interesting here. Real-world etymological counterfact for the Balrog existed before Tolkien's language in Norse mythology. Yeah. That's actually, it's kind of funny. I just stumbled upon this. I didn't know it. Baleurgr. No, it's Baleurgr. You know why? It's a long A. Long A is O, so it's I'm not sure if A and Y form a diphthong. I don't think so. In Old Norse, if I remember correctly, diphthongs exist, but rarely. So it should be Baleurgr. Yeah, that seems relatively close then with the long A. Like Baleurgr, of course, yeah, but you definitely can see the thing here, Fire-Eyed. Very interesting, chat. Let me just check something really quick. I'm back, chat. One moment. I just had to get my Fall of Gondolin book. It's only a list here, unfortunately. I hoped it would have gotten, you know, the thing. Well, let's go into this thing here. Maybe that would be an interesting video, the origin of the name of the word Balrog. Yeah, the Balrog is a very old concept, though, from Tolkien. It appears even in Book of Lost Tales, Part 1, page 93. One moment, chat. I have to get all my History of Middle-earth books out of my shelf. to get this. This is part 2, this is part 1. Okay, so 93, let's look into this. I have it digitally, but sometimes it's better to have this here. Secondary names of the Valar. Some of these names appear in the tales. It emerged from Noldorin, daughter of Orome. And that Melko has a son, Ulbandi, called Kozomot. It will emerge later that Gosmog, Lord of Balrogs. I understand. That's just a comment by Chris Tolkien then. Balrog 161. We just search in the documents. I think definitely faster when. No. Balrog. Okay, the third one seems to be the one I was looking for. Maybe there's a comment or something, chat. 241 it should be. Now the stuff gets complicated. I'm always amazed when I leave for hours and come back and this stream is still going. Yes. I mean... Oh, that is... Barkest. That's actually cool because in Cyberpunk there's a group called Barkest as well. Barkest. So their etymology is different, but like they have an explanation why they call them like that. Doesn't matter. And it sounds similar phonetically to the... Yeah, that's definitely a good way. So demon in German is Geist, I understand. Dämon, we would say to demon. Geist would be more like spirit, ghost. I would usually say. What am I looking for? Melko sent his host. You're stupid to find it, church. Men fled and the sons of Urin alone stood fast until they were slain, but Urin was taken. Turgon was terrible in his wrath, and his great battalion hewed its way out of it. Melko sent his host of Balrogs. This is possibly one of the first mentions of Balrogs in Tolkien's stories then. I hope there would be like a note or something, but it is not. What is the next one? Balrog defines Balrog as kind of fire demon creatures and servant of Melkor, with the article from is Malrog, plural Malrugin, separate entries. Separate entries give Bal Angrish, original initial consonant MB, Balk cruel, and Graug demon. Like, this is very, very early versions of his languages. Hard to tell if there's like a cool little thing. All the mentions in the first one. Listening until I fall asleep. We have a second book of things here, chat. Orcs and Bards, by reference of wandering bands of goblins. Balrog mentioned the tale, but they had already played an important part in the earliest of Lost Tale, the Tale Fall of Gondolin. But Godsmoke, a lot of Balrog took over. The name transformed over the time. It's very sometimes fascinating to see how this here works. Like, a lot of stories, serpents came. But yeah, the Balrog, like, originally the Balrogs were of course more numerous. They appear very often in the book. In the idea that Morgoth disposed of a host of Balrogs endured long, but in a late note my father said that only very few ever existed. Yeah, that was a transform. At the beginning there was a lot of Balrogs. Balrogs are demons of power. They're capable of pain and fear. They're attired in iron armor and they have whips of flame, a character they never lost, and claws of steel. Silmarillion dragons that came against the Gondolin were of the brood of LotR. Interesting. The early conception of Balrogs makes them less terrible and certainly more destructible than they afterwards became. They, in a very late note written on one of the texts that constitutes chapter 16 of the Silmarillion of Maeglin, my father was thinking of making the 3 lords of his household, whom Tolkien appointed to write Adizon, Fingal, Exelion, and Eglamos. He notes that Exelion and Eglamos are derived from the primitive form of Gondolin, but that they are, well, something being in print. Very interesting. But yeah, it's interesting how old these ideas. Like, Book of Lost Tale 1 is like 1900, I don't know, 16, 14, something like that. Very old stuff. What do you think? What do you think happened to the Endwives? Mr. Lotus, welcome. I like what Tolkien wrote in a letter about the Endwives. I'm a big fan of the note where it says, yeah, only 7 or 6, that's in Morgoth's ring. We mentioned it earlier, Adam. It's in Morgoth's ring where he mentions that. Thanks again to the Whites 25 posting the quote for that. But yeah, it's fascinating. We had the question currently if Street Fighter, I don't know. Currently, like, I find this question very interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for it. Okay, the story. Okay, I post you a very interesting thing I found about this thing here. Potentially better than I can explain in chat. That's definitely an interesting one. So the character artist, Akira Nishitani, Street Fighter 2's designer, the character he wrote, "No, it's the Balrog monster. The image of claws overlaps with mine." And what is interesting is that I'm not sure how popular Lord of the Rings was in Japan in the 90s. Possible that it existed for sure, but it's very interesting. It could be he was replying to someone who brought up a book that claimed Balrog was named after a certain battleship and mentioned in his answer Balrog was named common for video game monsters at this time. One particularly well-known Japanese one would be the Balrog from Dragon Warrior 3. And this is like a demon with a whip, a sword in his hand, and wings. Balrog have wings is definitely a different topic here in this regard. But yeah, the inspiration could definitely be Tolkien, because through some fantasy video games it might have taken influence into Street Fighter. So indirectly it might be named after this. The most powerful enemy in the original Ultima of the video game was a Balron, changed along like the Tolkien references from Balrog in Lord Bridges' previous game Akalabes World of Doom. That's so funny that it's called Akalabes. There's some interesting references here in this stuff, but yeah, you can definitely see that Tolkien on the video game stuff had quite a bit of Lord of the Rings translation to Japanese was 1972 to 75. Street Fighter came out in 1992, so 20 years later. Very interesting. Yeah, exactly. The Sigilwara Land essay kind of goes into how derived words in the legendary, including Balrog. So Sigil is sun in Old English, where it derived fire from the Gothic English meaning hers. And co-respective from where you got fire and suit. Yeah. You got like different language words that formed it out. But I find it interesting how influential Tolkien was in this regard of how certain demon monsters look in video games. There's a very nice Photoshop here. Very interesting little detail we explored here. That was interesting to learn more about it. So yeah, it seems reasonable to assume that indirectly Tolkien definitely had an influence on the idea for Balrog. And how Balrog looks, how a demon looks in a lot of games. And as a result, I don't know, through Dungeons and Dragons, through other video games, like from the West, who potentially got also inspired by Tolkien, and then it went to Japan, and then we have this character called Balrog. So it's a very, very cool idea, to be honest. Yeah, definitely. I also like that they reduced the number of Balrogs to 3 or 7, so it makes the encounters more impactful, like you're fighting like alone versus an army, just in form of one particular powerful entity. Definitely makes it very cool that there's so few Balrogs and they are just each very, very powerful. Okay, chat. Wasn't there another question somebody asked? And I said, oh, I want to answer. The Endwife, Mr. Lotus. I'm not sure if you're still there. I can just read you the Endwife idea from Tolkien from a letter. That is the version I liked most. Sorry, like this was like a topic I also had to do some research. I found it very fascinating. What had happened to them, the Endwives, is not resolved in this book. He is in any way the answer to them in the sense that he is almost the opposite, being, say, botany and zoology as sciences and poetry as opposed to cattle breeding and agriculture in particular and practicality. I think that in fact the Endwives had disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age 3429 to 3441, when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their land against the advance of the allies down the Anduin. Volume 2, page 79. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Some, of course, may have fled east or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an economic and agricultural background to feed their soldiers and metalworkers. If any survived so, they would be indeed far estranged from the Ents and have any reproachment would be difficult unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them little more anarchic. I hope so, I don't know. What is interesting that Tolkien mentions hobbits in this context as well. I think that's also what the Rings of Power film maybe draws a bit onto later. I'm going to have to turn in now. Work tomorrow. Thank you, the Bionicle fan, for staying so long with us here. Sleep well. Have a good rest. And yeah, but this is basically the idea here for the Endwives. Yeah, fantastic rest of the day. Should maybe end my sentence. But yeah, what was I? The Endwives. Yes. So I like this version because I like the idea that maybe Sauron captured some of the Endwives and used them to grow or to feed his orcs, basically, for them to grow stuff somewhere in Mordor, maybe in the south where the where Nurnen or the Sea of Nurn is. So that's Very interesting. Can you maybe show on the map here where that is? Here's the Sea of Nurnen in Mordor, all the way down. So yeah, maybe there are some Endwives left. I like the idea that Tolkien suggests there. Did Narsil or Andoril have a Silmaril in its making? No. Taylor Rumpkins. Narsil was a dwarven sword, interestingly. And Anduril is like a hybrid sword made out of the shards of Narsil, a dwarven sword reforged by the elves and now given to men. So it's like the alliance of the three big free people of Middle Earth put into one sword. That's kind of a cool thing in my opinion. The Endwives just had a sad ending. Tolkien wasn't afraid to have some stories end on the downer. Yeah, that's true. But no, the Silmarillion at the time in this, like, I mean, Narsil potentially could have been done in the First Age. It is it must be done in the First Age, but it was done by a dwarf called Telchar, and this dwarf, I'm not sure if I have an artwork of Telchar. I would suspect no, but I look it up nonetheless. No, I don't have an artwork of him, unfortunately, but it's a dwarven smith of, I think, of one of the cities, Belegost, I think. Could also be Novgorod, I'm not sure. Legendary dwarven smith. He made quite a few cool weapons. For example, the knife that later Beren has and uses to get one of the Silmarilli out of Morgoth's crown. Angrist, I think is the name. And then he also made the dragon helm of Dorlomin, stuff like this. So very powerful First Age artifacts. And also Narsil, which could have been... He could have made it for Thingol's weapon chamber in Doriath, and then from there it somehow made its way to men, and from there to Numenor, and then there Elendil got it and took it with him, and then it was maybe later named Narsil, hard to tell. So, chat, I think we answered quite a few questions. Maybe coming back to Narsil for a very short moment again. It depends a bit how you read this sentence here. Against Aeglos, the spear of Gil-galad none could stand, and the sword of Elendil filled orcs and men with fear, for it shone with the light of the sun and the moon, and was named Narsil. Maybe it was named in this time during the last alliance. That is kind of my theory, because that sword became famous. Before, it was never mentioned, just some sword from Numenor. Now it became famous and was named Narsil in this battle. Maybe they fought day and night, and that is why it's the light of the sun and the moon was reflected in it or whatever. Hard to tell what this exactly means, but for sure it was a powerful weapon. And it was a weapon of Elendil, became then, I guess, named. And then became an heirloom for the descendants of Elendil. So very cool, in my opinion, this whole Narsil thing. And then later it was reforged into Anduril. But no, Silmarilli were not part of them, really. Because, I mean,
if it was forged by a dwarf. So the dwarves never had one of the Silmarilli. They wanted one, but they did not get it. Well, they had it for a very brief moment because they killed Thingol with it, but it's a different story, I guess. If it was forged in Menegros, then it was forged at least close to a Silmaril, so maybe that helped in some regard, but yeah. But no, they did definitely had not a Silmaril in their making. We know the Silmarilli, one is in the sky. You can see it still. Frodo can still see it in the Third Age. One is in the fiery pits of the earth, like in the earth itself, in the fire of it. And one is in the oceans and out of reach. Those two are, latter two are out of reach for anybody as a result. Did the dwarves make Ranrus? Maybe the Nasir was, or otherwise. Arandu, I'm not sure how it's pronounced actually. Aranrus. 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 Something like that. There was a sort of Thingol. Now, when Belek asked for a weapon, he could have any weapon except the sword of Thingol. Now, it's kind of interesting, you know, that he could ask for any weapon, and then Belek takes a different one. Belek then takes Anglachel. Which was created by Eol. Also a strange guy. Yeah, a lot of strange weapon went into the weapon chamber of Thingol, it seems. So yeah, but maybe. But it had a name, I think. King's Ire, by the way. Aran is king. Rule seems to be anger. King's Ire is the translation. Okay, that's another thing. Yes, sword of dwarven steel brought from afar. So it seems in the early version of it, it is a dwarven sword, so you might be onto something. But I think it's later not explained who made the sword. But it's a good theory, Adam, to be honest. There seems to be an early version of this weapon. There might be a connection, but like I said, I don't know. But yeah, chat, I think we are all now slowly falling asleep and are very tired. So am I. So I would love to end the stream for today, chat. I hope you are not angry with me. We answered a lot of questions. Sorry if your question was not answered or not sufficiently answered, but I hope you people are happy with the answers and discussion here. Love these guys. Have a good night. Yeah, we might make a stream next week. Next week, though, if we look at the dates, chat, in 1 week is Sunday the 10th. That means we are getting close to watch party territory, chat. So as a little announcement for that, we have to find like I'm not sure if I have enough time to make this discussion stream and the watch party. I try to have both, to be honest, because I think you people want maybe these lore discussion streams. Often feel like people like those quite a bit. And you might also want the watch party, where we start with the Hobbit extended part 1, and then we watch Hobbit 2 and 3, the Peter Jackson films, and then we watch Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3 in a watch party, as every year. And this last year, people suggested that we watch The Hobbit first and then Lord of the Rings, so basically the chronological order. There are 6 films, 6 streams, 6 weeks, and we want it to be done shortly before Christmas with the last film, I would say. So maybe I would suggest we start either next week or the week after that with the first watch party. I think that's not a sad news or anything, but yeah, I hope you are interested in a classic film watch party as well. Then there will be in between also the War of the Rohirrim stuff. If a new trailer comes out and I don't miss it or something, or there's interesting stuff in it to talk about, we might do this. I could imagine there might be some more promotional stuff be done for War of the Rohirrim. Then when the film comes out, I watch it in cinema and maybe give you my impressions or a little review of it or whatever. That is also planned. So, yeah. Look out for, I hope you look forward to these kind of things. Is there anything left to say, chat? For sure, but I forgot. So, yeah. In case you haven't seen the current lore video, feel free to look into this. I would love to get the 1K views, to be honest. If you also watch it, if you're still watching this stuff here, feel free to press the like button. If you're new, maybe press subscribe, would be much appreciated, chat. And also leave a comment or so, also always appreciated. Then we have to see what other video stuff we might, what the next lore video is and so on. I definitely work on something, so don't worry about that. There will be stuff out. There's also some game stuff I want to make. So if you're into video games, especially Elden Ring, currently still a big topic in my gaming content live, then check out that as well. There might be some streams here and there. And next week I try to have like maybe Sunday or Saturday, on the weekend at some day, we will have another lore lore discussion stream if nothing big comes into the way. So look out for this. I hope you like these streams still. I always find them very interesting and fun, and sometimes you learn something new. Especially like this Street Fighter question I found very interesting to look a little bit into it, even though I couldn't really give you a definitive answer, or kind of had to also read up a bit on the stuff. But it's very interesting how big the influence of Tolkien always was and so on. So let's fire up the credits, chat. And huge shout outs to all the supporters, of course, with memberships and subscriptions on Twitch and so on. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. But also to all the other people. Like, it always helps if you press the like button, if you recommend me further to others, if you are active in chat, if you leave comments on videos, if you watch my videos. It's always much appreciated, people. And I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. A good night, or a good evening, or whatever your time zone currently has to offer. And I hope we see each other then pretty soon, but still I'm too slow doing the saying goodbye stuff here. The credits are not run through yet. They might not be fully complete. There might be some changes still needed. But yeah, I think that's the end of the stream. So Be Whites and Adam and all the others, Tabernicle fans already off, I guess. Hope Sash has already fell asleep. And I wish you a good, like I said again, good night, and see you people next time, which might be pretty soon, next week or so. Until then, have a good one. Goodbye.